Okay, so I would like to know where we are, the challenges we are facing before we continue.
Are you sure you want to know?
4 o'clock last year.
Uh,
I think we don't go to PCS and maybe after we've done it.
and after we
Yeah,
can.
because
Okay. So I think like PCS, maybe, hopefully, if people follow up in 1-2 hours, we should be done with KZG.
Today?
Yeah.
Is it that easy?
Yeah, it's very easy.
we have everyone's name.
Yeah.
I don't get
So maybe after,
Don't be so happy yet.
so maybe after we've talked about KZG, then we'll now come back to answering our questions, right? Okay. So how do you spell it again? It's MM, right? Okay, so the polynomial commitment scheme. Actually, like 2 hours. I think 2 hours should be sufficient. So, like we've been saying, in order to get a snap, you need to combine an interactive oracle proof with a polynomial commitment scheme, right? So, a snap is equal to an IOP plus PCS, where you guys can see the screen, right? An interactive oracle proof, and the PCS is a polynomial commitment scheme. So the major thing doing the proving is succinct non-interactive argument of knowledge. It's a protocol that enables a prover to prove to a verifier that something was done correctly, but doing it in a succinct way to enable the verifier to do less work, but still verify that the prover did what he was meant to do.
Sorry, those IOPs, examples, this subject.
You can think of GKR as okay. So it's an interactive protocol, right? And there's the concept of an oracle, right? So it's an interactive protocol, and there's the concept of an oracle. So basically, what is an oracle? You ask it questions, it gives you an answer, right? So let me just Okay, so with the IOP, we're able to generate a proof. With the IOP, we're able to prove that a statement is correct, right? But that proof is not always succinct. Succinct in the sense that the proof is not always, like, we need a very short proof, right? So we need our proofs to be as short as possible. We don't want our proof to be the same, like, we don't want our proofs to be as long as the statement we are trying to prove. Because if our proof is as long as the statement we are trying to prove, then it's not succinct. We cannot call it a snap. So the essence of the polynomial commitment scheme there, the essence of the polynomial commitment scheme is to help us reduce the size of our proof, to make our proof succinct. So when we now have a succinct proof, that's when we can say we have a snap. Because what is a snap? Succinct, non-interactive argument of knowledge, right?
So the only reason why our GPR is not a snap is because it's lacking polynomial commitments.
Yeah, because it's lacking polynomial commitment.
Once we add the polynomial commitments into it, it becomes a snap.
Yeah.
So what we are, like, the main purpose of the polynomial commitment scheme is just the proof alone.
It's to reduce the
To
size
reduce
of
the
the
proof.
proof.
Just the proof.
Yes. Succinctness, for succinctness.
So, does it reduce the proof in the process, or in the process of the whole GPR stuff, or
No, ask
no,
again.
I'm just asking. So, does it reduce the proof in the process, or let's say we have gotten our proof, you understand? Then we just use something from the polynomial commitment scheme to reduce it.
Actually, like with the PCS, you don't even need to work with the, let's say that initial polynomial now, let's say it's a polynomial of degree 1 million, right? You don't need to work with that polynomial. You just need to work with the commitment to the polynomial, which can be like just, which can be like a field element, right?
A few elements, one field element.
One field element. So it's kind of like we're compressing the entire polynomial into one field element, but then we can still do operations on it.
One field element is a number, just
One number.
one number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but you can just think of it that way for now. Okay. So when we talk about a PCS, there are things we want the PCS to be able to do. Like, PCS has different properties, right? It should be, how do they call it? It should have the commitment property, and it should have the binding property.
The what?
The binding property, right? So the binding property is that, like, if you have committed to something, yes. So if you've committed to something, you should, that thing you committed to should be the only thing that, say, you can work with. I don't know if it makes sense. Yes. So if you're committing to something, let's say I'm committing to this pen, right? That means anytime in the future, if I want to do something, it must be this pen, right? If it's not this pen, then like I've not, maybe if I'm able to do something another way, that will still think.
Is that marriage?
Actually, that's one way to think about it. So committing, you're committing to.
Your relationship.
Okay, so I think let me not make it too abstract so that it doesn't confuse us. I think let me start from something we're conversant with, and then we start moving to the unknown. All of us are familiar with a maple tree, right?
Yeah.
What is a maple tree used for?
What is
A maple tree. What do you use a maple tree for?
store
Information from
store data and validate data?
It's used to generate proof, basically showing a relationship of different data, how they build up to a mental
Okay. So all I'm trying to say is that we can use a maple tree to commit to an array of values. Is it valid? Is that statement valid? You don't understand what I mean. Okay, what does a maple tree look like? In a maple tree we have
a tree upside down.
leaves, right? And then based on these leaves, we get
nodes.
here. Let me make it. You should not mind the drawing. I'm not an artist. Okay, so we call these guys the leaves, right? What do we call this guy? The roots. And basically, this root, we can think of this root as a commitment. Yes. We can think of this root as a commitment to all these leaves. Is it making sense?
Yeah.
This is now represent the array you're talking about.
Yes, so you can think of this as an array. Right? So each of these leaves, we can commit to it with this root. And the fact that in maple trees, we use a hash function, right? In order to get this node, we hash these two values to get this node.
Yeah.
So this node is a hash, right? A hash value. And a hash value is, you can basically think of a hash value as a field element, right?
Yeah.
Do we agree?
Yes.
Good. So we can commit, when we hash this 2, we get this one. When we hash this 2, we get this one. When we hash this 2, we get this one. Right. So we hash this 2 to get this, right? And we hash this 2 to get this, and we hash this 2 to get this one, right?
Yeah.
Which is our root. So we know the properties of a hash function, right? That there shouldn't be collision. What does collision mean? Yes. So no two different values should map to the same hash. So let's say our hash is, let's say root is our hash, and we have A, B. If we hash A, B, and it gives us root, and we hash C, D, and it still gives us root, the same root, that's a problem, right? That means there's a collision, which is not supposed to be. That's totally unsafe.
But what if the combination of AB and the combination of CD are the same?
The combination of AB and the combination of CD. Okay, that means we can still think of that as AB, if they are the same, right? So, based on the deterministic nature of hash functions, they should give us the same root. Makes sense, right? Are you following?
I don't know what you're saying.
Like, this is a totally new concept, just pay attention.
That's nothing to do with it.
That has nothing to do with GKR. Okay. Okay, first of all, like, do you know what a binary tree is? Yes. Okay. So a binary tree is, you can think of it as a tree with two, where each node in the tree has two leaves, a left and a right. So that's, a Merkle tree is similar to something like that. So let's say, you can think of this as a tree upside down, right? Where this is, let's say, a branch, and it has two nodes, left and the right. This one too has two, a left and a right. This one has two, a left and a right. You get? And then a hash function is just a way of generating a unique, let's say, a unique value that represents an array of values. But in this case, it's usually two values that when we take them, we hash them to get one unique value that represents the both of them. Okay. So, as I was saying, based on like the collision, the concept of collision, if we have two different leaves that when hashed give the same root, then that is a collision, right? Which shouldn't, like in that case, that hash function has a collision. So that hash function is not secure. So the security of a hash function is based on the fact that it is collision resistant. So back to our whole tree discussion. Right. So we have leaves, and then we hash them, or we put them in a Merkle tree to get a root. So if we have a different set of leaves, that when we put them in this tree, it will give this same root, then we have a collision, right? Which basically means that that function is not secure. So we can basically think of like a Merkle tree as a commitment. That's what I'm just driving at. We can think of the roots as the commitment to all the leaves. So let's relate it. Okay.
The commitment to all the
Yeah. Because if you have just this root, you can verify that an element was in this tree. Right? You can verify that a particular leaf was in this tree by providing the path, which is the proof. Okay, so let's say, let me make another drawing.
Sorry, Francis.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was asking, is it like commitment to the leaves or commitment of the leaves?
The maple tree.
Yes, you know the commitment was gotten from the leaves. So I was thinking, since the leaves are giving out that commitment, should be the commitment of the leaves. But when you say commitment to the leaves, it's like, is it the other way around?
I think the both of us were saying the same thing.
Okay.
So we are committing to the leaves with the roots. Okay, why am I saying it that way? Because
Okay, I think that so the leaf is like a polynomial, right?
you can think of it that way.
So if the leaf is a polynomial, the commitment that you get from that stuff is also representing the polynomial, which means you can still commit to that. The hash you get is also representing the polynomial, which means you can commit to that hash. Or,
The hash is the commitment.
okay.
Yes. So if I tell you, okay, let's say we have a polynomial, right? Let's say 3 plus 2x plus 5x squared plus 4x cubed, right? We can decide to take this polynomial in the coefficient form as 3, 2, 5, 4, right? And we can then decide to generate a Merkle tree from this, or to get a Merkle root. So we hash 3 and 2, right? We hash 5 and 4, and then we hash these two values to get this root, right? So if I'm the one in possession of this root, at any point in the future, if I want you to do something with this polynomial, I don't need to have these values.
I'll just give you the root.
Yeah, I'll tell you, okay, any values you want to use, when I hash them, I expect to get this particular root, right? So we can think of this root as a commitment to these values, which we can also think of as a commitment to this polynomial. I don't know if it's making sense.
So what that means is anytime you provide the root, you're actually providing the polynomial in a different form.
Yeah, so anytime you provide the roots, you're talking about this particular values. Exactly. Yes, and when you're talking about these particular values, we can as well think of it as you're talking about this polynomial. Does that make sense? Okay. So this is like one way to think about a commitment, right? When I said when you commit, you're basically trying to get a small commitment with respect to a large set of values. These values may not be 4, they may be up to 1 million, right? But when you commit to it, you get a root, which is just a small value. Here you can think of this root as just a hash of a function. If it's SHA-256, it's a 256 bits number, right? And then if I want you to prove that 2 is actually in this array, what you need to do now is to provide a Merkle authentication part, right? Yes, which is a proof. So the Merkle authentication part will be this value, right? Because with this value, with 3, I'm telling you to prove that 2 is actually an element in this tree. So that means I know 2, right? So in order to get this hash here, let's say, let me represent it in a better way. Let's say we have A, B, C, D, and then we have the hash of A, B, right? And we have the hash of C, D, and then we have the hash of A, B, C, D, right? So if I tell you to give me a proof that B is actually in this tree, what are the things you're going to give me? You're going to give me A, right? You're going to give me A because with A I can get the hash of AB, right? And then you're also going to give me the hash of CD, right? And then basically with these two values I can get the hash of ABCD. Do we agree? Because I'll hash A, B, and then you've already given me the hash of C, D, right? So when I hash these two together, I'm going to get the hash of A, B, C, D.
If you're giving just A, how would you get the hash?
Huh?
If you're giving just A, how would you get the hash of B?
Because I'm asking you for B, right? I'm telling you to provide a proof that B is actually in this tree. So I'm basically telling you to give me a proof that B is in the tree. So I know B, right? So if you give me A, then I can hash AB to get the hash of AB, right? Makes sense? Right. Okay. So we can basically think of a Merkle tree as a way of committing to a set of values, right? And the Merkle tree is actually used in some protocols to prove basically the Merkle tree is basically used in some protocols to commit to a polynomial. I've shown us one way already that we can commit to a polynomial using the Merkle tree, right? But that was in the coefficient form, right? So we can also commit to a polynomial in the evaluation form using a Merkle tree. You get where the elements of that array is the evaluation of that polynomial, right? So we have an array which consists of the evaluations of the polynomial, and we just Merkle commit to that array to get a Merkle root, right? So that Merkle root, you can think of it as the commitment to that polynomial. This is the polynomial commitment scheme or this is the type of commitment that Fry uses. Merkle commitment. Yeah. If yeah, because like once we get the roots, yes, exactly. No, it can still be committed, but it will still give the same roots. Or you can still think of it that way because like once we've gotten a root, that root cannot change, right? So, but if any of the values in the leaf changes, then we are going to get a different root. Does that make sense? Okay, so this is one way to commit to a polynomial, right? Using Merkle authentication or using the Merkle tree. Well, there are still other different ways of committing to a polynomial outside like the Merkle tree. I'll be talking about like KZG, how you can use KZG to commit to a polynomial. I know I've said a whole lot of plenty story and all, but I hope like the stuff I said made a little bit of sense. Are we sure? Okay. So before we go forward, let me just ask a question. What do we understand by a commitment? Say we want to commit to a value. What do we understand by that? Like, what do we mean when we say we want to commit to a value?
Committing to a value means like we're trying to pin whatever future thing we're going to be doing on that value. So if we want to do anything in the future, we're just going to commit to that value as a representative of whatever you use to commit to it. Instead of using whatever you use to commit to it, we're just going to do that as a representative of this activity.
Okay. So we're committing to something means that any other time in the future we want to work with just that thing that we've committed to. Right? Good. So
Sorry, your explanation, I didn't get it. I got what you said. So, for me, it was like, okay, when you're committing to a value, that value is like the representative of something. So, when you're committing to that value, it means like that value is representing something. So, anytime you're committing to that value, you're committing to a value that represents something else. Or the way you explain it goes out my head.
or like when we want to commit to something,
Yeah.
we need a way to show that we're actually talking about a particular set of values, right? In the case of the Merkle tree, it's the roots, right? When we have the roots, we are talking about a particular set of inputs that give that root. So anywhere we see that root, we are talking about those particular set of inputs, right? So that root can be thought of as a commitment to those set of values.
So that's the commitment property now, that it's committing to that input of data.
Yes, to that data. So that is a commitment property.
So the root commits to the data.
Huh?
It's committing to the data.
So with the roots, you are committing to the data. You get. Okay, let's think of it in the case of the prover and the verifier. The prover generates a Merkle root, right? And he sends that Merkle root to the verifier, right? So if the verifier has the Merkle root, anytime in the future that the prover wants to talk about those particular set of inputs, because the verifier has the roots, the verifier can be sure that the prover is actually talking about those particular set of inputs.
That means commitment is backwards. So there's a generation of the commitment and there's a committing to the data. So when you say you're committing to that data, it's backwards, like using the commitment that you generated, you can commit back to the data. But the process of generating the commitment is forward. So with those sets of data, you generated the commitment. But when you want to now use that commitment you generated, you're committing back to those data.
I think like
Committing from
it's
the input down. So there's a
no, like we have the leaves,
The
right,
leaves, which is what generated the commitment.
which is what generated the commitment.
So anytime you're working with those commitments, you're committing to
Anytime
those
you're
leaves.
working with the commitment,
Yes.
you're talking about
Those
those leaves.
That means you're committing back now to those leaves.
your commitment is to that leaf.
Yeah, the
leaf
commitment is
represents
to the
data.
leaves. Yes.
Yeah, so when you work with that commitment, it's representing those data that you
committed. Yes.
So I'm just trying to get a perfect mental picture so that once the word commitment comes up, I already
You know how to
relate it.
think about it. You know, different people have like there are different ways of understanding the concept. But I want to be sure that like it makes sense to everybody. Right?
So the root now is, I don't know, is it commitment or what is to the leaves?
Yeah, the root binds us to those leaves.
So the leaves are the value.
Yes.
The leaves. So anytime, instead of calling the value, you can just call the root. So in doing that, by default, we are
We're talking about
the value.
the values. Okay, so there are like different types of commitment schemes, right? And the thing about the Merkle tree is that if you want to provide a proof that an element was committed to, you need to provide an array of values, right? Just like we saw here. So this is the proof that B is in the tree, right? This array of values is a proof that B is in this tree, right? Does it make sense? Okay, so we can see that here we're talking we had four leaves, right? And our proof was 2 elements. So when our leaves is growing, when the size of our leaf is growing, our proof will also be growing, right? Okay, so but the relationship of the growth is a log relationship, let's not go into that for now.
Sorry, I want to ask a question about that relationship.
Yeah.
Because is it always that if, let's say we have 8 leaves, will the proof before on the proof contain four elements?
4 elements.
Yes.
No, it will be log base 2 of the number of leaves.
Log is 12.
Of the number of leaves.
What will log is 12? 3. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means
So-
that we have to make sure that the inputs are even. So we have even number. This
Yeah, like when we're talking of a binary tree, right, the inputs or the leaves needs to be a power of 2. You get? But there are optimizations, like when it comes to implementation, there are optimizations that may not require it to be a power of 2. You get? But for now, we can just think of it as the leaves should be a power of 2. Yeah, for a Merkle tree. Okay. So, basically we can see that the proof grows, right, based on the size of the leaves. You get? That's for Merkle, for when we're using a Merkle tree to commit to a set of values. But there are still some other protocols where the proof is constant size proof, irrespective of the size of what we are committing to. So constant size proof is basically a proof that does not grow. You know, this one, the proof is growing,
Yeah.
but a constant size proof, the proof does not grow. Right? So if the proof is a field element, it's always a field element. If we are committing to 50 values, we are getting one field element as a commitment. Right? Also, in the Merkle tree, this hash, you can think of the hash as a constant size commitment. Right? Because it does not grow. But the proof is not constant size. So we have the commitment size and we have the proof size. Right?
Yeah.
In the Merkle tree, the commitment size is constant,
Yeah.
but the proof size is not constant.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
But there are some other protocols that the commitment size is constant and the proof size is constant. And KZG is one of those protocols.
So you said the method to the commitment is constant.
Yes. So the commitment is constant, which is the root. The root, if we are using Peckham 256 or SHA 256, it's always going to be a 256 bits string or number, anyhow you want to think of it, right? But the proof always grows with respect to the length of the leaves we are committing to. Does that make sense? Okay, so KZG is a polynomial commitment scheme. So we can use it to commit to a polynomial, right? And anytime in the future where we see the commitment, we know that we are talking about a particular polynomial. Okay? So the thing about KZG now is that the commitment the size of the commitment is constant, a constant size commitment, and also the proof. KZG has constant size commitment and also constant size proof. So we are going to now like look at the KZG protocol. First of all, we'll look at the polynomial side of things, and then we are going to look at how elliptic curves come into the picture, and how elliptic curves can help us to get to basically going to look at like the homomorphic property of homomorphic of elliptic curves and how we can use that to achieve the constant size proof in KZG. Okay, so first of all, let's say we have a polynomial. Let's start from the polynomial side of things so that we understand like the theory of how KZG works before we start talking about the like homomorphism. So say we have a polynomial f of x. We have a polynomial f of x. It can be any polynomial, right? And we want to commit to that polynomial. Okay, sorry, like some other properties of a polynomial commitment scheme I did not talk about. We need to be able to commit to, like, when we're talking about the polynomial commitment scheme, it should have the following properties. We need to be able to commit. We need to be able to open. We need to be able to commit. To commit to the polynomial, we need to be able to open that polynomial at any point. Basically, like evaluate that polynomial at any point.
I said something earlier, before the tree stuff, before the mechanism of the scheme. It said CS has binding property. Is this part of it?
That is like a commitment scheme, not necessarily,
Not
yes.
not specific to KZG.
Not specific to KZG, not specific to polynomials.
But you didn't mention it completely.
Huh?
You didn't say it completely. You
Okay.
just said binding property.
Yeah, it should be hiding.
Eh?
Like when we're talking about a commitment scheme,
Yeah.
a commitment scheme, not necessarily a polynomial commitment scheme.
Okay.
Yeah. So a commitment scheme should be hiding.
Hiding.
Yes, hiding.
Which I
Like hide.
Yes, hide.
Okay.
Wait. So a commitment scheme should be hiding. It should be binding. Further property. It should be hiding and it should be binding. Yeah. So hiding basically means we don't know what, like,
You don't know the set of values.
you don't know the set of values.
As well as the commitment.
Yes, that gave the commitment. Right? Then binding means that if you have committed to a set of values, that commitment will always be talking about those set of values you committed to. Okay. So for hiding, it means that if you commit to a set of values, you don't necessarily need to know the values. So the values are hidden, right? Then binding means that when you commit to those set of values, you cannot change those values later. Okay? Jude,
Yes,
Ah.
yeah.
us here. I beg. But it makes sense, right?
Can you come again on that point?
Okay, so when we're talking about hiding, it means that when we commit to a set of values, we don't necessarily need to know the values. So the values are hidden, right? Then when we're talking about binding, it means that once we've committed to those set of values, we can, whenever we are talking about like that commitment, we're always talking about those set of values. If we change the values, then it will give us a different commitment. So basically the commitment binds us to those set of values. Makes sense, right? So that's for like commitment schemes in general.
Sorry, this binding. Binding.
Yes,
You said
binding.
once we committed to a set of bindings.
Yes. Once we've committed to a set of values, we cannot change those values. Yes. So we have been bound to those set of values. Right? So that's for like a commitment scheme. So basically you can use a commitment scheme for anything like blind auction, all these like there are a lot of things you can use a normal commitment scheme to do. You get. But now since we are dealing with polynomials, we are now going to be talking about like polynomial commitment schemes. Right? So we can think of a Merkle tree as a commitment scheme. Right? So we're committing to a set of values, which is the array or the input, right? And it doesn't necessarily need to be a polynomial, it can be anything, right? But that's for the commitment scheme. But now let's talk of like a polynomial commitment scheme. So for a polynomial commitment scheme, it still needs to have the properties of a commitment scheme. It should be hiding and it should be binding, right? But we are dealing with polynomials. We are dealing with polynomials, and of what use is a polynomial if we cannot evaluate it? It's basically useless, right? If you have a polynomial, you cannot evaluate it. It's useless. So a polynomial commitment scheme is a way to enable us to commit to a polynomial. It should have the hiding and the binding property, but it should also have some extra properties, because we want to be able to actually open that polynomial at any point, right? Like we basically want to be able to evaluate that polynomial at any point. If we are not able to evaluate the polynomial, of what use is the polynomial? It's basically useless, right? So the polynomial commitment scheme should have the hiding property, the binding property. We should also be able to evaluate it. But should also be able to evaluate it at any point. So now talking about that, we looked at how we can use a normal commitment scheme, which is a Merkle tree, to commit to a polynomial, right? To commit to a polynomial, taking the roots of that, taking the leaves of the tree as the coefficients of the polynomial. And then we got a root, right? And we also looked at how we can take the array or the inputs to the Merkle tree as the evaluations of the polynomial, right? But we are going to be looking at KZG. So KZG It's a polynomial commitment scheme. It has the hiding property, it has the binding property, and we can also evaluate the polynomial at any point.
Sorry. For the medical tree, I will evaluate polynomial.
So, for the Merkle tree, if we take the way the stack protocol does it, like Fry, they basically take the inputs to the Merkle tree as the evaluations of the polynomial. You get? Yeah. So, if you want to open the polynomial, if you want to evaluate the polynomial, you need to, it's just basically like picking an index in the array, in the input array, and then opening the Merkle authentication part of that index. Okay, let me just, so let's say we have a polynomial and we evaluated that polynomial from 1 to 10, right? So we have like different values here, f of 1, f of 2, f of 3, f of 4, up to f of 10, right? That we are taking as the leaves of the Merkle tree. So we use it to generate the roots, which is the commitment to the evaluations of this polynomial, right? So if we want to open this polynomial at say 3, it's basically like give me the Merkle authentication part for f of 3, right? Where f of 3 is the evaluation of that polynomial at 3. If you want to open the polynomial at 10, it's basically us saying give me the Merkle authentication part for f of 10, right? And then we use the Merkle authentication part to verify if f of 10 is actually in the values that was committed to with these roots.
Okay, so we will have, let's say I want to verify that it's on the tree, and we have f of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want f of 10. Then we give me the verification part for f of 10.
For f of 10. You're basically trying to tell me that f of 10 is 5. You're trying to tell me f of 10 is 5, right? So you've told me 5, right? I know 5. So you're not going to give me f of 9, right? So that I can hash f of 10 and f of 9 to get something, and then like the Merkle authentication part that will enable me to get back the roots.
So each index corresponds to the evaluation point at that particular index.
At that index.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
So basically this is, so we do it test representation
yeah,
of
of the polynomial.
and move to that test.
Well, sorry, when someone tries to kind of confirm the values do you have access to all of that evaluation points?
So all these other
So for
ones.
example, now the person that wants to that tells you f of 10 is 5. Do you have other evaluations from f1 to f1?
Okay, let's think of it in the prover and the verifier settings now. So you're trying to prove to me that f of 10 is 5, right? And it's actually the commitment to a polynomial that I sent to the roots initially, right?
Yeah.
So if I got your question, like me as a verifier, you're asking if I have these other values.
Yes, exactly.
No, I don't need to, because the commitment scheme is hiding.
Yeah, committed value.
Yes, the committed values are hidden, right? But it's also blinding, meaning that if we are talking about this, if we are talking about these roots, then we are talking about these values. You get? So I don't need to know these values. What I just need to know is this one and the evaluation at 9, which is like the sibling, for me to generate this first hash. Then the other things in the Merkle authentication part are just hash values of some other leaves. So those other leaves are hidden in those hash values. Right.
So how do you know, like, working your way up from F10 and F9 now? Like, how do you check whether it is part of the hash value?
Okay, that's because the prover would have sent the commitment initially before we even start talking about opening. The prover must have sent the commitment to the polynomial, which is the root. So the verifier knows the root, right? And once the verifier knows the root, then if the verifier wants to open at any index, the prover then needs to provide the Merkle authentication part, right? And just as we saw here in this example, all these other ones are hash values, right? So they are not exposing the values of C and D. So yes, it's just the hash of C and D. So C and D are still hidden. You get?
Okay, is so I'm trying to compare this to, let's say, subject, right? Would you say like HC and D, H of C and D is basically like, let's say someone giving me the round code, for example. So I really don't need to know, like, probably the polynomial that gave me that. Exactly.
For the round poly, like that one is just like 2 points, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
saw. What we'll be talking about is like the input poly, right?
Yeah.
The input poly may be like a very big polynomial. What we're trying to say is that we're trying to throw away that polynomial.
Okay, so you just have the other hashes at that, like, level working your way up.
No, the verifier doesn't need to have those hashes. It's the prover that is going to
No, but
give him.
when you send
The
the root
root.
hash, you should be contain the root hash now.
No, the root hash, when the prover sends the root hash, is just that hash value for the root that is sending. It's not sending those other values. You get? So it's when the verifier now asks for a particular index, right? Then in the proof that that index is in the Merkle tree, that is where the prover puts all those other intermediate hashes. Yeah. Then the verifier can do the hashing by himself to get back the root. So after doing the hashing by himself, he's going to get a root. So in order for that root to be valid, then it has to be equal to the initial root that the prover sent. If it's not equal, then the verifier rejects, right? But if it's equal, then the verifier accepts. That means that that value is actually in the Merkle tree.
Yeah, so let's something you said. If the verifier wants to open at a particular index, right? Scroll up. Up. Yeah, so this B is pointing to the authentication,
Yeah, the Merkle proof.
the Merkle proof.
Yeah.
So if the verifier wants to like open at a particular index, right? You say the prover is going to send something to the verifier. What is that?
The prover is going to send the Merkle authentication part
For
that particular value that
what will the Merkle authentication contain?
it's going to contain the sibling. The sibling in this sense, if we want to get the Merkle authentication part for D, C is a sibling,
Okay.
right? If we want to get for B, A is a sibling.
Okay, so it will send the sibling and the rest of the hash on that proof.
Yeah, and the other hashes that will enable us to get back the
That's
root.
what the Merkle authentication will contain.
Yeah, that is the Merkle authentication part.
Okay, so what the verifier will just do, get the sibling, hash it with that listing.
Yeah, with the
rest
value.
of the hash.
Yes,
I should get back
the root.
that guy.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, what about in it? Okay, no worry, I get it.
Okay. That's a question I'm expecting though. But
So,
I'll-
so for, but it seems that the verifier has to know to, that is, let's say he wants to verify it, it means that he has to know C and D.
yeah, he has to know C and D. Yeah.
No, like I mean like the prover is not going to give it to him. He has to know C and D.
No, he doesn't have to know C and D.
If he doesn't know C, then how does he confirm that these are the right index?
Because
D can just be at index 2, but he wants D to be at index 10.
then the Merkle authentication part will be different.
Okay, for instance now,
Okay.
but he's still going to give him the authentication part will be different, but you can't
You know-
confirm if it's different because you still end up in the same place.
No, it's going to be different. Okay, what you're trying to say is that let's say D is here, right?
Yes. Yeah, let's say D is there.
This will give us the hash of AD,
Yes.
which is something totally different.
But so what I'm saying now is that
Yeah.
the prover can verify to the verifier that D is actually in the tree without D being at the right index.
At the right index.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So if the verifier does not know the signal before asking the prover for the proof, the prover can say D is in any position and D will actually be in the tree and give the prover a correct proof and say validate the same hash.
Okay, yeah. Because like when we talk about Merkle authentication part, like if this was how the prover committed to it, if this was how the prover committed to it, then the prover will be able to, that proof will be valid,
Yes.
right? But if this was not how the prover committed to it, then that proof will not be valid, right? The idea of like Merkle, using the Merkle commitment is that you're committing to an array of values. Anyhow the array wants to be is totally up to you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying now is, you know, if you specify that for stack, for instance,
Yeah.
they have to be at the right index.
Yeah. So the thing now is that in the stack protocol, they have a way of verifying the index.
Okay.
Yes. So they call it like a consistency check. But we're not talking about stacks for now. But there's a structure in the Merkle tree that they verify.
Okay, so the structure is you notice it in the proof of something.
Yeah.
When I notice that D can stay at any index,
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay. So hope everything is making sense up to this point. Okay.
So, our movement part, the log hash for every other combination, every other tree,
Yeah.
and the signal of the combination against like which is
The proof. Yes.
so if they're like similar, every other hash,
Yeah. Every other house.
then you must know our collaboration, you must know our root hash.
The roots. Yeah, because the prover will send the roots initially, even before the verifier opens any point. So the prover has to commit to that root by sending it to the verifier. Hope it makes sense. Yeah, the commitment part is the steps. Yes. So these values that we need to get back the roots. So that's the commitment part.
So if casual session, so basically it means that the stack stuff is limited to only the evaluation points they completed.
Actually, that's the question I was expecting.
It was my mind. It was
Yes.
just
So that's the question I was expecting. So we can see that in the Merkle authentication part, that we can only, like when we're using a Merkle tree, we can only provide like a proof of the leaves that were committed to, right? So what would this mean? This would mean that in order to commit to a polynomial, we need to generate a Merkle tree that comprises of the evaluation of all of that polynomial over the prime field.
it's not gonna be expensive.
That is what it should have meant, right? But in the Star protocol, they use the roots of unity.
We use the
Roots of unity.
roots of unity.
Yes. So yes. So instead of evaluating the polynomial over the prime field, right? So let's say we are working with a 256 bit field. That's like evaluating the polynomial from 0 or from 1 to the prime, which is crazy, right? So what they do in the SAC protocol is that they evaluate the polynomial over the roots of unity, and that is what they commit to. So based on the fact that we're working with the roots of unity, there is a structure in the roots of unity that they now leverage to do that consistency check. You get? So they leverage that structure to do the consistency check. So there's no need basically to evaluate the polynomial over the prime field. But if you actually want to use the Merkle tree, that is what you ought to have done. You get? We're not talking about stuff for that, I just mentioned it. Maybe when we get to fry, we're going to talk about it.
So I don't understand that explanation, the whole explanation over exercise. So like if we have like a commitment to a set of values, right, which means that array, the array is finite.
Yes.
The array is finite.
Yeah.
So assuming the array of evaluations have like the example you showed us, have like to index 10, right? And that's what we committed to, right? Now, and the prover have sent the commitment to the verifier, and the verifier not knowing, the verifier doesn't have the values, right? It doesn't know the size of the array or the length.
But the size, the proof that the prover will say
Goes with the size.
will basically, based on the size of the proof, right, we can know the size of the loop.
The
Right.
size of the proof.
Yeah.
The size of the proof. The proof is, from what you say, the proof has what do we call it? The leaf has varying size. The what is it called? The proof has varying size based on the leaf, right?
Yeah.
But the commitment.
The commitment is constant
The
size.
commitment is constant.
The proof grows, right? Depending on the
Before the prover sends the proof, the verifier will want to open at a particular index first.
but the prover must have committed, right?
The prover commits, sends commitment.
Yes.
Now, verifier wants the prover to open at a particular index, right? So that is when the prover now sends the authentication listing for that particular index, right? Now, how does the verifier know the index? Because let's say we have a length of n, the verifier can randomly pick any index. What about if the verifier picks an index that is out of bound, that doesn't exist in that array?
So, are you talking now with respect to the normal coefficient or the polynomial commitment? The Merkle
yeah,
for the polynomial commitment.
The Merkle is a polynomial commitment.
Like, if it's just like the normal commitment,
Yeah.
then the verifier has to pick within the range of values.
The range of values.
Yes.
If the verifier doesn't know, that means the verifier needs to know the range of values.
Yeah, because when you want to commit to a polynomial in evaluation form, you're basically evaluating that polynomial over like all numbers in the prime field you're working with. So if you're picking a number in the prime field, then it's expected that that number is like the leaf of that Merkle tree. The evaluation of that polynomial at that number is also in the leaf of that Merkle tree. You get?
So you see that part again.
Like I said, normally if you want to commit to a polynomial using the Merkle tree, you are expected to evaluate that polynomial at every number in the prime field, right? And commit to it, right? So if the verifier wants to open that polynomial at any point, the verifier can pick any number in the prime field, and it's expected that that number should be in the leaves of the Merkle tree.
Yeah,
True, right?
When you say every number in the prime field,
So
we are evaluating the polynomial at every number in the prime field.
So let's say we are working with a prime p equal to 17. We are going to evaluate that polynomial at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 17. You get?
Yeah.
And use that as the leaves of the Merkle tree. But like in the like in ZK basically we work with big fields. So you can imagine a field that the prime is, let's say, 256 bits prime. That means the biggest number in the field will basically be 2 to the 256, which is a very large number, right? So imagine evaluating the polynomial at all the values from 0 to 2 to the 256. That is going to be a very big tree, right? But the thing is that the verifier can open the polynomial at any point in this range by picking a random number in this range. And when the verifier picks a random number in this range, it's expected that the leaves contain the evaluation of that polynomial at that random number. Then the prover will now send the Merkle authentication path for that, right? But what I was trying to say is that would be too slow, right? So what I was trying to say is that in the stack protocol, they don't need to do this. So they use the roots of unity. So they just evaluate the polynomial over the roots of unity. Yes. And use it as the leaves of the Merkle tree. You get? And then they, based on the structure that is expected, there's a particular structure that is expected in the roots of unity. They use that structure to make sure that like each element is basically where they're supposed to be. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's like, we talked a lot about Merkle, using Merkle tree to commit to a polynomial, right? So now let's look at KZG. KZG still enables us to commit to a polynomial. It has the hiding property, it has the binding property, and we can also open and evaluate the polynomial at any point.
Open does not mean evaluate.
It actually means evaluate, but like sometimes they like separating it.
So what's the
Actually, it's because of the nature of the polynomial commitment scheme. So there are some polynomial commitment schemes where opening does not necessarily mean evaluation. So maybe you're just trying to show consistency, but you're not actually evaluating the polynomial at the point. So that's where like the opening comes in. So but then evaluation is where you now actually evaluate the polynomial to get a particular value. Okay, so we'll be talking about KZG. Okay, so let's say we have a polynomial f of x, right? And we want to open this polynomial at a certain point. I don't know if I should talk about this abstract thing. Let's say if we evaluate this polynomial at a point x, we are going to get v. We have a polynomial, and if we evaluate this polynomial at a point x, we are going to get v. What does it mean if v equals to 0? What does this mean? And if v is not equal to 0, what does this mean? Let's
X is 0.
huh?
If v is equal to 0, then x is 0.
X is a
0.
it's a root. Okay. Do we agree? Huh? No. No, not 0. Wait, sorry. No. If v is 0, that means x is a root. Okay, no, not x is 0. X is a root of the polynomial. Sorry? Hmm? Yeah, it's meat. Yeah. So I'm not recording on meat. Just using OBS. Okay, so do we agree that a question? It's the name of the people that came up with the protocol. Yes. So KZG is the name of the people that came up with the protocol. Don't know their name. Okay, so do we agree? Do we agree that if we evaluate this polynomial, we have a polynomial f of x, and if we evaluate this polynomial at x, we get v. If v is equal to 0, that means x is a root of the polynomial, right? But if v is not equal to 0, that means x is not a root. What is the root of a polynomial? Eh? So it's one of the points where if we evaluate that polynomial at, we are going to get 0, right? So in this case, if x, okay, let me not use, sorry, let me use a. So we have a polynomial f of x, right? And if we evaluate that polynomial at a, we get v. So meaning that a is a root of the polynomial if v is 0. And a is not a root of the polynomial if v is not 0. Right? So if a is a root of the polynomial, what does that mean? X minus a is a factor, right? So if a is a root, that means x minus a then x minus a is a factor. Do we agree? This is basically okay. And if x minus a is a factor, that means x minus a should divide f of a without, okay, yeah. So f here, x minus a should divide f of x without a remainder, right? We're going to call does it make sense? It's up.
So what's f of x and what's
F of x is the polynomial.
A is now putting it value.
Yes, a is now putting a value. Yes, evaluating the polynomial f of x at a. So if we evaluate the polynomial at a and we get 0, that means a is a root. And if a is a root, that means x minus a is a factor. Do we agree? That means that if we divide f of x by x minus a, we are going to get a new polynomial with no remainder. We're still going to do an example. But does this make sense up to this point? Are we sure? Okay, let somebody give us a polynomial. A quadratic.
That has root like
Yeah, it may or it may not. Just a random. S squared plus 3x plus 2. Okay. So we want to check if 3 is actually a root of this polynomial. So that's f of 3, right? So that's That's 20. So this is now 0. So f of 3 equal to 20. that means 3 is not a root of the polynomial f of x. Do we agree? Do we agree? Okay. So let's look at another polynomial. Let's look at another polynomial, f of x equal to x squared plus 3x minus 18. Let's still check if 3 is a root of this polynomial. So that would be 9 plus 9 minus 18, which is equal to 0. Right? So what does this mean? It means that 3 is a root of this polynomial. So if 3 is a root of this polynomial, that means x minus 3 is a factor of this polynomial. What does it mean for a polynomial to be a factor of another polynomial? It means that, okay, so it divides without leaving a remainder, right? So let's check. Let's use long division. Minus 18, right?
6x
Plus, sorry, 6x plus
minus 18.
Okay. Yeah, 6x minus 18, right? So that should be
Plus 6.
so. What this means is that our f of x, which is x squared plus 3x minus 18, when divided by x minus 3, we get x plus 6 plus 0, where 0 is the remainder, so we don't even need to put it. Right? Does this make sense? Okay. So let's divide x squared plus 3x plus 2. Let's divide it by x minus 3. Six x plus 2, right? Right? So this will go out and this will go there. Right? So f of right? So we can see that we have a remainder in this case, right? Okay. So hope everybody's following. Okay, so we've basically seen that if a polynomial has a root, then when we divide by that root, we get just a polynomial without a remainder, right? And basically the strength, so I say the strength, or basically in KZG, that's what we take advantage of. In KZG, that's what we take advantage of. The fact that if you know the factor of a polynomial, then you should be able to divide that polynomial without leaving a remainder, right? So, still based on that our initial example, we are going to so the example is x squared plus 3x minus 18.
Does all polynomial have roots?
All polynomials. No.
So how does, if this is the basis for which case it works, does it mean 3 will not work on any kind of polynomial?
KZG, when we are working with KZG in our proof system, we basically know factors of the polynomial. You get, so it's not arbitrary polynomials. So it's polynomials that actually encode the computation that we are doing.
Okay, so we only work with polynomials that have factors,
Yes,
not just any kind of
not just any type of polynomial. So what was that polynomial f of x? It was equal to x squared plus 3x minus 18, right? And when we evaluated at f equal to 3, we got 0, right? Meaning that x minus 3 was a factor, right? And what was the quotient? X plus 6, right? As x minus 3 and x plus 6.
How do we get
The x plus 6.
we divide
Yes, when we divided. Yeah. So when we divided, we got 0. So this is the quotient, and this is the dividend, right? Is it the dividend? The divisor. That is the dividend, right? My English hard. Okay. So x minus 3 and x plus 6 are factors of f of x, right? What does this mean? This means that if we want to get f of x, another way to get f of x is by, thank you. Right? So if we multiply these two polynomials, we are going to get back f of x. Do we agree? It's just basically cross multiplication, right? Okay. Because we can still think of this as f of x over x minus 3 equal to x plus 6. Right? Good. Okay. So now we've made all this.
Can it be the other way around as well?
Yeah, it can be the other way
You can
around.
do f of x over x plus 6 equals to x minus 3, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So since we have outlined all these like different ideas, now we want to be able to evaluate a polynomial at a random point. Right? We want to be able to evaluate a polynomial at a random point, but still make sure that we have a factor of that polynomial. Okay. So, what was our initial polynomial? That was plus 3x, no, plus 2. That was the initial one we started with, right? And when we evaluated this polynomial at 3, we got 20, which means that 3 is not a factor of this polynomial, right? How can we make 3 a factor of this polynomial?
After evaluating, we now subtract the answer to give us 0.
Does it make sense?
So it comes with
F of 3 minus 20 will be equal to 0. This makes sense, right? So that means 3 is a factor of this polynomial f of x minus 20. We agree? Okay, so we evaluated the polynomial. We had a polynomial, right? We evaluated it at 3, right? And we got 20, meaning that 3 is not a factor of that polynomial. But we want to make 3 a factor, right? And in order to do that, we had to move 20 over the equality sign to make it f of 3 minus 20 to be equal to 0. So we basically have a new polynomial f of x minus 20.
Now expand it.
Yes. Okay. So if we expand it, that will be x squared plus 3x plus 2 minus 20 should be equal to 0, which is x squared plus 3x minus 18 equal to 0. Does this polynomial look familiar?
yeah.
And is 3 a factor of this polynomial?
Yes.
So that means we can make any polynomial to become zero, like to have
A root.
So that means what you said before, but my first question when I asked that, like, since having a root is the basis on which KZG works, right? But you now said that not all polynomials will be used, that basically it's polynomials that have factors. And this is how we make the polynomial to have to have a root and all of that.
Yeah.
So that means if we are given any polynomial to evaluate, like to use on to commit to KZG, we have to make it go through this process first before we
No, you don't need to make it. We're still, it's a gradual process, right? I'm just trying to, because eventually we're just trying to derive the KZG verifier equation. That's all what we're trying to do. You get? So we're going to see how what the verifier actually does to verify that a polynomial was evaluated correctly. But does it make sense up to this point? And do we agree that 3 is a root of this polynomial? We agree, right? So basically, if you have a polynomial, you want to evaluate it at a point. After evaluating that polynomial at that point, let's say you have a remainder, right? It's not equal to 0. If we subtract that evaluation from the original polynomial, then we are going to get a polynomial where the point we wanted to evaluate at is actually a root. Does it make sense? Sure. Okay. So basically, like, we're done with KZG.
Okay.
Okay, but like it's pretty straightforward. The KZG, people should be calming down. We're done, but we are still
Well, hope we are not doing design session.
the nice session.
How do you go about it?
But we're still coming.
That's well good.
Okay, so since all of you have agreed that 3 is a factor of this polynomial, right? So that means f of, let's say f of x, the original f of x, right, minus v, right, divided by x minus a is going to give us a q of x plus r of x, where r of x is equal to 0. Hope this did not throw people off.
But since we have that V here, is it necessary to still have that?
To have the r of x. Yeah, like thinking about it abstractly. Eh? So link it. This one. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So link the remainder into. Okay, like adding the remainder to this one. So q of x. Okay.
Sorry. This equation, f of x minus v. So, picturing it, v is 20, right?
Yeah, v is 20.
Now,
I feel like we should put
so
Huh?
x,
V is equal to f of
wait. X minus a is 3, abi?
Okay, wait, sorry. F of x equal to v.
Yeah.
Okay.
A is 3.
I'm making it confusing.
f of a is equal to v.
Sorry.
Maybe that way I'm landing now.
Okay.
F of x minus v is 20, right?
Yeah,
X minus a is 3,
a is 3. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now you're doing equal to q of x. Now, q of x that you're using here is supposed to be something else, because the arrow of x that you're saying is equal to 0 is supposed to be an arrow of a, because that's what, I don't know. What is x
Okay.
in this place?
X here can, like f of x, this is a polynomial, right? And this is a polynomial. This x minus a here is a polynomial,
Okay.
which is a factor of this polynomial on top.
Which was
Right.
gotten from, the factor was gotten from, like, doing x minus the root.
Yeah, x minus the roots, yes. Okay, so let me just put concrete values. So,
Sorry.
huh?
B is not equal to 0, x minus 3 is not equal to 4. But then you see
No, that would be so much.
x is not equal to B.
The expression just looks like really big. Like, we look, like from this expression now, B is supposed to like be left of the shape. So that means maybe that minus
Okay, well, I'm coming. Let me just. This f of x minus 20, right, over x minus 3 is equal to q of x is x plus 6, right, plus r of x is 0.
Yeah, so see, that's why I was asking. We need to put that zero since we already have 20. And since this is an evaluated stuff, that means that x there is supposed to be 3. F of 3. That's what
This x,
Yeah, that F of No. The one of the F of x.
this one
The F of x. Yeah, it's supposed to be 3.
is meant to be 3.
Yeah.
Well, it's a polynomial, it can be anything.
Yes.
You
But
get.
in this case, I think that's what he was saying. Because here we have evaluated this and we have the remainder already. So that means if you are putting the remainder here, that means you have evaluated at a particular point.
So when we're talking about it abstractly, right, we're just saying v. That v can be anything. If x here was 90, v will be the evaluation of the polynomial at 90. You get. A here will be 90, right? So that x there just means that it can take any value, right? That x here means it can take any value. But the thing is that when we divide a polynomial by its factor, we are going to get, or when we divide a polynomial by another polynomial, we are going to get a quotient and a remainder. We're always going to get a quotient and a remainder. If the divisor, right, if the divisor is a factor, then r of x will be 0, right? But if the divisor is not a factor, then we're actually going to have a value for r of x. Does it make sense up to this point?
The divisor is the entire x minus 3.
Yeah, x minus a.
And the divisor can only be a factor if a is a root.
Yeah, if a is a root. Does everything make sense up to this point? Sure.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Because from what I remember, the f of x, we evaluated it at 3, meaning x should be 3, and with 3 minus 2, that would be 0. Isn't it?
So f of x is a polynomial.
Yes. Where x is 3.
So x can be anything. X can be anything.
Just that maybe in the sense that we've already confirmed that
So a polynomial does not have one factor. I get it. Polynomial can have several factors. So that is why our x cannot be a factor. You can't tie it down to a
So a
particular
particular value.
value. Where in this question we have two factors because we have two degrees. If it's cubic equation now we have three factors. So you can't tie it down to where the root exists. So your f of x should still maintain its original position. So that is why your x cannot be equal to 3. Because imagine we remove that and we put 6. You will see our f of x is 6. And there won't be things like that.
Yeah. So, like, thinking about this abstractly, if we put 6 here, we'll still be able to do this evaluation. And we're going to get a q of x and an r of x. Right?
What I'm trying to confirm is that this A that is here is like it's more like we've already confirmed that A is a factor of this particular polynomial.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
We have not confirmed. Like, this one on top, right? This or this one.
I mean, they're basically the same thing, right? I
No.
think what
This is
I
an
mean-
abstract way. I just wrote this one based on the example
that
we've
we
done,
can-
so that we can have a picture of what went on or what this whole thing
Oh,
looks like.
yeah.
Are you sure?
So, I'm trying to understand why you are in this other bracket. For example, already you could have like
Why
already you could have the normal factor for that x and just the f of x for x and the equals to x. Why do you want to get to b minus b? There's no zero. And now eventually you have to have that equal to x squared and not something.
So I say this minus v here.
I know why. I know how it goes. But why? Are you trying to?
So the thing is that basically if the prover evaluated the polynomial correctly, right, the prover will be able to get this polynomial on top. This polynomial on top, f of x minus v.
Why
Right.
is b minus
Because you want that x, you know, the goal is to be able to evaluate the polynomial at any point.
b? What's if that point of already
Yeah, if that point was already a factor, we are still going to subtract v, where v will be 0.
so b can be
Yes, v can be 0. Does that make sense? V can actually be 0, so
So that means with this stuff now, that means you can get the root of any polynomial. Because the moment you do minus v, so what, let's say a polynomial is given, right? And that polynomial, it's not a polynomial that like obviously has a root. So we can first evaluate the polynomial at that point, get the v, right? Then that polynomial minus v, right? So we now make that polynomial will now have the root. Because that point that was given will now become the root of that polynomial when you minus v from it. Then now do all over x minus that point that was used. So basically any polynomial that is given, you can get the root of that polynomial, and if you can get the root, you can get the factors of the polynomial.
yeah. Does it make sense? Are we sure? Are we sure? Okay, so since we have this equation now, right, we know that x can be anything. We know that x can be anything, right? So we're going to call it tau.
Tau.
Alright.
Tau.
S can be anything, right? So it can be any random number. Eh? Hello. So we've been hearing tau since, right? Yes. So this is that tau we've been talking about. The powers of tau.
How is that?
So we're going to talk about the powers of tau, but I think Wisdom hinted about it last week, right?
Is this tau related to the tau that's 2 by
No,
No,
that's
pi.
pi.
No, there's a 2 by that's tau.
No, that's not. Okay, so basically this tau can be any random number, right? It can be any random number, and basically this is the KZG. This is basically what KZG is based upon, this equation, right?
KZG.
You can think of it. Think of it. Yeah. So tau can be any random number, and the idea is that our commitments.
Sorry. That is that like the evaluation of the purpose or
F of I, that F of I is the equation.
Star was
Tau.
No,
Like the one at the top.
It's still
it's tau.
what's the
V. Okay, I'm coming. Let me outline. Let me outline everything. So, this is our tau, right? I said tau is tau.
random value?
Okay. Then F evaluated at tau is equal to our commitment. Right?
Yep.
Tau is our random value. V is the evaluation of the polynomial, the result when we evaluate the polynomial at A, right?
The reason is when we evaluate our tau.
No, yeah.
At A.
That's the name of tau.
Huh? You say?
Which polynomial are we evaluating here?
F, this
The
F of,
commitment.
yes. You know, it's normally meant to be F of X, right?
F of tau. F of tau as 8.
But when you want to evaluate the
F of tau as 8. No,
I think it's
F of X is the polynomial. When you say F of tau, you're talking about a particular value. When you evaluate the polynomial at tau. Yeah, tau is a number, a random number in the field. So we cannot evaluate F of tau at a value because F of tau itself is a value. F of X is the polynomial. You don't get.
Wait, down to now is when you evaluate that f of tau right now here, but at
Yeah,
A,
this one.
when you evaluate f of tau at A, that's what this should be.
Yeah, but you that's also a valid way to think about it. You get, but f of x is the actual polynomial, where x is a variable.
Oh, you're using x, yeah, I thought you were using
How
tau.
you named x already?
I
There's no
thought you were
x.
using tau now. So f of tau is the equation. That is the polynomial.
No, yeah, see, the thing is, f of x is a polynomial, right? T is a random variable. A
Yeah.
is a selected x.
Yeah.
Now, when you evaluate the polynomial at that selected x, you get
Yes.
But you're using commitments now.
He said T. This
This
is
is
tau.
tau.
This is
Tau.
tau.
down.
This is not
Yes.
Sorry, you're using commitments here,
This is very confusing.
which means f of tau is a commitment. So from what you're doing here now, you're basically saying like you have a commitment that is pointing back to the polynomial,
Yes.
right? So that means you have a polynomial, you have a commitment. So anytime they are using that commitment will point back to that polynomial. So it's not like we are using the commitment. The commitment is just like an ID that relates to that
Back to
polynomial.
the
So anytime you call that, it will point back to the base where the polynomial is and use it to. So my question is,
For example now,
Is that tau and
Sorry,
are
I'm
they both
confused
using
though.
What?
tau
I'm
and
doing,
Tau, both tau, both a.
are they gotten from the same?
Yeah, they are gotten from the base.
So you have something
see,
Francis.
the other time now, for example, A is like 3, right?
Eh?
A is like, for example, for example, A is 3. Whenever this, and that f of tau, when we had x there, we would have said, when you evaluate f of x at 3, at A, so that gives us 20. So 20 is when we evaluate f of x at 3. From here now, I'm saying B is when we evaluate f of tau at A.
See, like it was an f of x, right?
But even in it's still the same thing, just that it's
See, here we're talking about a concrete value here, right? But that concrete value is the evaluation of f of x at tau. Like f of x, when we're talking about a polynomial, that x there is a variable. It can be anything.
So that is a polynomial.
So that's a polynomial, f of x.
F of x is the
It's a
polynomial. Why
polynomial.
is f of tau
What is f of tau?
not? Why is f of tau now?
The commitment.
Why is f of tau now
Not
evaluation, not?
It's because when we were here, what did I say? What did I say? That here, right? X is f of x is a polynomial, right? And you can evaluate it at any point, right? You can evaluate it at any point. But once you evaluate it at a point, you're now being specific, right? So here, since x is a variable, this x is a variable, this x is a variable, this x is a variable, but this equation should hold for any x. For any x, this equation should hold, right? So for any x value we put, like for any value we evaluate this polynomial at, this equation should hold. There should be an a, there should be a v, there should be a q of x, there should be an r of x, there should be everything, right? Good. So we now take f, like f of x. We now evaluate that polynomial at tau, using tau as a random number to pin the polynomial to a particular commitment. right?
Sorry. Tau is actually a random challenge.
Yes.
If we pick tau, then we can't get to polynomial.
Exactly. That's
You
what
should
I'm
just
saying.
be down.
So that's what I'm saying, that f of tau is a commitment, which is a field element.
It's a field element.
Yes, a single field element.
Then
No, we don't get it.
And here is
V2 is a field
result
element.
when we
Yeah, V2 is a field element.
It's what the dy is
So
played
Tau
out.
minus A is also a field element.
V
Then
is the result
the evaluation
when
of everything here will give us single field element, which is
Yes.
Q of tau.
Eh?
And it won't give us Q of tau.
what I'm saying is
It
that
doesn't necessarily need to be Q of tau.
Oh,
Plus the remainder.
I'll see my fully. When we have see my fully. When we do this, the left hand side, we are going to get a value. So when we get this one to the right hand side, we will evaluate the right hand side at this one, we get the same thing. So
Yes, we are supposed to get the same thing.
I don't still understand.
What is
I said
the
V. V is the result when we what?
Where we wait V. Sorry. That's A. Sorry.
When we
Sorry.
evaluate.
Difficult.
So the
Eh?
polynomial they are looking at here. Wait,
Yeah, we're still going to
Francis,
do
the
like an
polynomial that is
example,
here,
etc.
The polynomial is fx, not the polynomial we're dealing with here is fx.
Yes.
That's the confusion because it just feels like everything is just coming out of no polynomial.
No, it's
So
f
the
of x.
polynomial is f of x.
Yes.
Then we pick random tau.
A random
Pick
tau.
a random tau. Evaluated it at f of x to get
Yes.
f of tau.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, you guys know the
Eh? Yeah, you can also think of it that way. Yeah. I think you picked it where we were doing the division, right? It works. So either you evaluate the polynomial at to get V, right? It's either you evaluate the polynomial at A or you divide the polynomial by x minus A. But let's not go there so that we don't get confused. For now, let's just think of V as the evaluation of the polynomial at A.
From here, can you just say f of tau is equals to V?
It must not, no. F of tau is not equal to V. It may be equal to V, but it's not a must that f of tau must be equal to V.
If it's equal to V, that means that tau is A is partial.
we get
Tau equals to A.
no, we get tau equals to A, which is in what they call it,
Undefined.
indeterminate. 0/0 is indeterminate.
Okay. Okay.
So, makes sense, right?
So he said if f of tau is equals to then our tau will be equal to A. Tau will be indeterminate. So we can't get that.
Tau and A
No
are
condition where f of tau will be equal to A.
Right?
I feel that we should make it every equation we have make it equal to constant so that we know that it's a prime field we are getting. No, because the way I saw it first, I was thinking I'm going to get a polynomial, which is not a polynomial. So if you just say maybe I don't know anything, call it anything. So everything we've gotten must be equal to a particular number, A, in the prime field. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But like if we abstract it that way, then it's important it's important all of you know this.
Yeah.
So if we abstract it that way, like a lot of people are going to just throw this away.
can just put like get the results. You just put it like
Where this our answer is in constant.
Okay. Which side here?
like you're right.
Where something like this.
Yeah, it's you're right.
Something like this. But does this make sense? What did we just do? Like, we just came up with this equation, right? And we're trying to look for a way to abstract x so that x can be any value, but the equation will still hold, right? And that is basically what we just did. We just replaced x with tau, and basically this equation should hold for any point. So our f of tau is the commitment to a polynomial, which is the evaluation of the polynomial at a random point. Right? It's the evaluation of the polynomial at a random point. Tau is that random point. A is the point we want to open the polynomial at. So if we want to evaluate the polynomial at f of a, we are going to get v, right? And then if we divide f of tau minus v by tau minus a, which is a factor, we are supposed to get q of tau, which is a quotient and a remainder. So this guy is a polynomial. This guy too is a polynomial, right?
Yeah, but they're evaluated as now.
Yes. Or we can think of it as a value, right? Q of x will be the polynomial,
Yeah.
but evaluated at tau, so it's a particular value. Also r of x. But if tau minus a is actually a factor, then there will be no r of x, right? R of x will be 0. Does it make sense?
And most likely will be there. Since we have that video.
Yeah. Okay. So like I said when we started, this q of x, which is the quotient poly, is actually the proof. Right? Q of x evaluated at tau, or let me just put it here. This guy here. This guy here is does it make sense? Remember we said in the Merkle, when we're dealing with Merkle trees, our commitment was a field element, right? But our proof, the size of our proof was increasing, right? But in this case, our commitment is a single field element, which is the evaluation of f of x at tau, right? And our proof is actually still a single field element, which is the evaluation of q of x at tau. as if some people are lost. As if some people are lost. Does anybody have any question?
So like this, we have to find this f of t, then divide, do the minus and then divide.
Minus b.
Like leaving those particular variables before now putting in the random one now.
So you look through this and look through that.
Yeah. Q of x is the quotient polynomial. But Q of tau is the proof. That is the evaluation of that quotient polynomial at the randomness tau. So it's a single field element. Q of x is a polynomial, but Q of tau is a field element.
So then what else?
F of x is a polynomial, but f of tau is a commitment, a single field element. R of tau is a single field element, which is the remainder. The remainder polynomial but that remainder polynomial is always equal to 0 except the prover is lying.
So if it does
Eh?
if it does the factor that needs to be this one, that will be what's the what does it do?
This one, the tau minus a.
Yeah, it's not the same, like
Okay, in the context of the Merkle, this thing,
yes, what does it do?
like it's not an identical comparison.
But you know that if this is also a Q can also be a factor, like Q is also a factor, and this one is a factor. Like how do you know which one to actually like how do you know which one to select as like C minus one? So
Okay, as this thing.
when it could be like
Yeah. So this A, you can remember like A is the point the verifier wants to open at. Yeah. Yeah. If there is a we're still going to get like we're going to look at the verifier's check. Right? Like if this makes sense, I want to be sure that everybody is comfortable with this before we now look at the verifier's check. You're not comfortable with it.
I cannot get the process. Where this happen?
Wait.
What are we trying to achieve?
We're basically just trying to we're trying to derive the KZG's equation or the verifier's check. You get? So the KZG verifier check. So first of all, we looked at polynomials, right? Evaluating a polynomial, when you get 0, that means the point you're evaluating at was a root, right? And that means x minus that point is a factor, right? So we use that to actually now come up with this, right? Since x minus that point is a factor, that means we can divide the polynomial by x minus that point, right? And you remember, if v was not 0, if we subtract v from the initial polynomial, then x minus a will be a factor, right? So that's basically just how we got this equation, right? And when we divide, we are going to get a quotient polynomial and the remainder. If x minus a is a factor, then there will be no remainder, right? But if x minus a is not a factor, then there will be a remainder, right? Good. So with that, since we have this equation, we see that x is a variable. X can be any random number, right? X can be any random number. So what we just do is we just pick a random number in the field and use it as X, right? And that is what gave us this equation. Just substituting tau, which is a random number, as X, right? And when we do this, we basically collapse everything to just evaluation of points. Just subtraction and addition and multiplication, basically. So with this, right, since if tau minus a is actually a factor, then r of x should be equal to 0, right?
Yeah.
Or r of x evaluated at tau should be equal to 0. So what the verifier does basically is that the commitment, right? Wait, let me write out that guy again so that plus r of tau, right? But r of tau is equal to 0. So I'm just going to take him off, right? Okay, so with this, f minus v is equal to right? We agree, right?
Yes.
So this is basically the verifier's check in KZG.
What does the entire mean?
The verifier knows the commitment, right? The verifier knows the commitment. The verifier knows V because V is what the prover is trying to convince him that f of x evaluated at A is V. So the verifier knows the value. The verifier knows A because that's the point you want to open the polynomial at, right? And the prover sends the verifier Q of tau, which is the proof. So Q of tau, the prover sends the verifier Q of tau, which is the proof that if you evaluate f of x at A, you're going to get V. So basically the prover tells the verifier, if you evaluate f of x at A, you're going to get V. And here is my proof. Right? Does it make sense? So this is the proof. So the funny thing is that nobody knows tau. Nobody knows tau. Actually. Wait, right?
That's like random.
Yeah, that's a random challenge, but even the verifier does not even know tau. So like,
Probably the prover.
the prover does not know tau, verifier does
So
not
who
know tau.
is the person that determines what tau is?
Actually, that is where the trusted setup ceremony comes in.
And powers of tau.
The powers of tau ceremony.
Are we going to bring powers of tau?
You're going to actually implement your trusted setup. Yes. You're going to implement your trusted setup.
Maybe trustless, like trustless.
Trusted.
Trusted. because in order to generate tau, people need to come together to conduct a ceremony. Yeah, a lot of people need to come together to conduct a ceremony where they contribute to randomness to get tau.
So like
Yeah, a multi-party computation.
how is tau minus a?
How do we evaluate tau minus a, right? Okay. So, but is everybody okay with this? Are we sure? So if we're okay with this, then we're going to look at elliptic curves.
Wait.
Yeah.
That commitment is a hash, or is it bar? Is it a field element?
It's a hash. A hash is a field element.
Is it a field element?
Wait, the commitment, in which case, this case, is the evaluation of the polynomial at tau, which is a field element. In the Merkle tree case, the commitment was the root hash.
But in this case, is a field element.
But in this case, yes, it's a field element, the evaluation of a polynomial at a point. Even in the Merkle tree case, it's also a field element.
No, I was just thinking like if obviously it's not about the polynomial because I was thinking like get back figure out like what I was thinking we could figure out like the polynomial, so we obviously like find what value
So then, okay, so in the Merkle tree case, it's still a field element, which is the hash, right? But the thing is that it's not homomorphic.
How it's so just a field element. Like that tau minus
Yeah, tau is a field element. A group element. Sorry, we've been saying field. It's time to talk about groups. It's actually, so a group element.
You said no, you're going to do
Okay.
a.
So actually, let me just talk about like what a group is. I know like we did like just a brushing. We're not going to go in depth into elliptic curves, right? Just high level overview and like what we just need. We're basically just going to be thinking about it as a black box. Okay, yeah. So just high level overview, and then
Are we using like
yeah, we'll be using accords.
I won't need to do that.
You want elliptic curve? No, for this you don't. Unless you want to. If you want to, then you can. For the ambitious ones, sorry. Okay, so there were two things I mentioned: the group and what was the other one? And the homomorphism, right? Which one is this easier one? A lot of them are. Okay, so okay, let me talk of homomorphism first. Basically, when we talk about homomorphism, we're basically talking about the ability to perform mathematical operations on encrypted values. Right? So, it's basically like you have A and you have B, and you want to do A plus B. Right? So, you can either do A plus B and then encrypt it to get a value, or you can encrypt A.
so this homomorphic encryption or homomorphism?
Huh?
Homomorphic encryption. The homomorphism is
No, homomorphism is like just basically. No, homomorphism is different. Yeah, this homomorphic encryption.
Is it? Homomorphism is defined or homomorphic
Homomorphic encryption.
That's the one you define as the ability to
Perform
mathematical operations.
yeah, or computations on encrypted values.
Basically, it allows you to manipulate your encrypted data without revealing.
Homomorphic encryption.
Yeah, very good.
You said it's homomorphic.
So when we encrypt A, we can add it with the encrypted version of B, and we are going to get the encrypted version of A plus B.
It's the same thing
Eh?
then. It's the same thing. Homomorphic encryption is the same thing as homomorphic.
That's what I was saying. Homomorphism.
So okay, so the same thing if it's a multiplication we want to do. We can encrypt A, right, and encrypt B, right, and then we are going to get an encryption of A times B.
We don't know what he
So you know, right? Because for you to encrypt A, that means you know what, it depends on the perspective you're looking at it now, right? Maybe from the prover side or maybe from the verifier side. Okay, but generally, you know. I'm just talking about it in the general sense now.
why I said you don't know what it is, because it was from the how, where we talked about how we got here. So I was thinking maybe this is like a way of creating the trustless setup whereby we perform the whole stuff on an encrypted data where the verifier and the prover doesn't know what the encryption is, but they'll still perform computation on it.
Yeah, but it's not just in the trusted setup we are going to be using it. Even this equation, we are performing this equation on encrypted data or on encrypted numbers. Okay, so does this make sense? Okay, so let's talk about a group, right? When we talked about the field, we said a field has two operations, right? And in our case, we're talking about the addition and the multiplication operation, right? So what are the properties of a field again? Yeah. Okay.
It must be commutative.
Under addition.
When we talk of commutativity, we are not talking about. When we're talking about commutativity, we're not talking about abelian groups, right?
Yeah,
Or fields.
abelian field.
Okay.
Abelian group.
Abelian group.
Sorry.
Cumulative but under addition.
Is commutative and satisfy
Commutative.
identity exists.
Identity and inverse. Both addition and multiplication.
Okay. So these are all the properties of a field, right? So it must be closed. If you add A plus an element A plus B equal to C, right? C must also be in that field, right? And A times B equal to C. C must also be in the set, basically. Then associativity is A plus B in brackets, right, plus C is equal to A plus in brackets B plus C, right? So it should hold for both addition and multiplication, right? Commutativity, A plus B is equal to B plus A, right? Distributivity, now over two operations, right? So, wait. So A times B plus C in brackets is equal to, oh, let me just rewrite it. Let's see is let's say we're dealing with it's a member of the set. So just call it a field. Then associativity, right? Right. Right. Identity, so this for like both operations, like each of them, and or plus minus, right? Okay. So all these are for a field, right? But when we're talking about a group is defined over one operation, right? Yeah. So a group is defined over one operation, right? So not all the properties of the field works over a group. So it's closed, right? So it's not distributive, right?
It's not distributive, it's not commutative.
Yeah.
It's not identity.
It has identity and impact.
Okay. So these are the properties of a group. And you can think of an elliptic curve as a group, right? So let's just briefly look. So basically an elliptic curve is, you can think of it as a polynomial of the equation Oh. Is here skill plus x plus. Okay. Yeah. So basically, in an elliptic curve, this is the question of an elliptic curve. Yeah, I think. So in an elliptic curve, we don't have multiplication, right? So we can't do multiplication. We can't do multiplication, but we can add two numbers together. And there's what they call point doubling, which is like adding a number to itself. So that's what they think of as multiplication sometimes. Yeah, in an elliptic curve. Yeah, because it's a group, not a field.
And its operation is addition.
Yeah, and its operation is addition. So you can't do multiplication, and basically like the polynomial of an elliptic curve usually has this weird shape. Right?
Every half is a mirror of the other.
Yeah, so it mirrors on the. So you can think of it this way, and then for every value here, there's a corresponding value on the other end, right? For those that have done signature stuff, yeah, HDSA, VRS stuff on Ethereum, will be conversant with this and like signature malleability, attack, all those type of stuff, right? So the thing about an elliptic curve now is that if you want to add 2 points, right? If you want to add 2 points on an elliptic curve, let's say P and Q, you draw a straight line through those 2 points, and where it touches the curve, that point is P minus Q, right? Then when you take it down, when you mirror it, this is P plus Q. Huh?
That's what they say.
I don't know. You get, but that is like the equation of an elliptic curve. I think there's a way to prove it, but you don't need to go into all those ones unless maybe you want to. But we won't be going into the details. You can basically think of it as a black box.
So the mirror of the point where they hit the curve is where the value of the addition.
The addition is. Yes.
And this is how the equations are able to.
Yes. I think this is the short Weierstrass. There's another way they write the equation. I can't remember that one. I think that's the long Weierstrass also. But like this is the short Weierstrass. Like way of defining an elliptic curve.
Which one? The equation or
Yes, the equation, this one. Okay, so if you want to add 2 points,
So in this PQ, as you're supposed to be on that straight line,
which one?
PQ and P minus Q.
So when you take PQ, like you have 2 points you want to add, right? You draw a straight line through them, and then it hits the curve at another point. You take the mirror of that. That's your P plus Q. Right? So, if you want to add a number to itself, let's take here like maybe R, right? And you want to add R to itself, you draw a tangent. Yeah, you draw a tangent to the curve, and then where it hits, you mirror it. Yeah, so this is, yeah, R plus R, which is 2R, right? So how they do multiplication? Okay. Eh? P plus P. It will actually be like, yeah. So there's the concept of a point at infinity, right? That they use in elliptic curves, especially maybe for where in a situation where your tangent doesn't meet the curve. So we just take it that adding that point to itself gives us the point at infinity. You get? So I'm not an expert in elliptic curves, please. So this is just like a high level.
Is it in R or out?
Eh?
Is it in R or out?
In R.
Is it in 2 dimension or dimension?
Yeah, it's in 2D, Cartesian, right? Which Cartesian you're talking about?
Cartesian, that is in Cartesian.
This isn't. This is not like elliptical.
When I
I
see
think
Cartesian
it's
product,
This like
how many
this is the
fields?
x-axis, right? And this is the y-axis. An elliptic curve is a point. An elliptic curve point. You get it? It's not a field element. So it's a point made up of like x and y coordinates. So this P now is actually a point x comma y. Right? Q is actually another point x comma y. I don't know if it makes sense. So they're actually a point, they're actually points on, you can think of it as a graph. And when you want to add any of those 2 points together, you draw a straight line between them and mirror where they cut the curve. Right? So there's a concept of point doubling, right? So just as we got 2R, right, we can still get let's say 5R, 10R, 20R, right? By like as I've gotten this 2R, we add R again, right? Yes, we take a line, it cuts here, right? We mirror it. So this is 3R, right?
Can you like, if we grab structure, maybe we can play, maybe like copy and
Maybe let's use a new.
so like you can see copy that one.
Oh, that will be. Sorry, where is that? From the beginning. Okay, so I started by saying like an elliptic curve we have an elliptic curve equation, right? And for a curve or for a point, what have I said? We have an elliptic curve, right? And an elliptic curve is a group, right? Meaning that it satisfies these properties, right? So it's closed, it's associative, has an identity, has an inverse, right? And let's say an elliptic curve is defined by an equation. This equation, where A and B can be anything, where A and B can be elements of a field, right? So A and B can be elements of a field, and that is what will now define, this equation is just a random polynomial, right? But when we want to define a particular elliptic curve, we pick values for A and B. So those values,
That S cube.
yes, x cubed.
There's no X here.
No. So when we pick values for A and B, we are now talking about a particular elliptic curve, right? And this field that we pick A and B from is called the base field. Base. This field we pick A and B from is called the base field, right? And once we pick A and B, we define a particular elliptic curve.
So, why are we picking A and B from the field when our polynomial is not a field?
We are using our polynomial. We want to use our polynomial to define a coordinate, right? And everything on that coordinate will form a group.
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry, ask a question.
My question is that we picking A and B from a field, will that not change the property of this equation? Because this one is a group. The group is not a field, and our A and B is a field. Will that not make it a field, not a group? No, it's a field element. Like, I'm just thinking about the domain of where we are picking A and B from. Or
No,
should I
no,
just see it
so-
as any set? But the
Yeah,
set
you
we are
can just think
considering,
of it like-
it just it
Yeah.
happens to be a field.
yes.
Okay.
So you can think of it as any set, right? So when we pick A and B, we pick them from like a field. You can think of it as a base field, right? Or you can think of it like any set.
Any set, yeah.
Okay. So when we pick those values, we define a particular curve, right? Those values will determine a particular elliptic curve, right? And the only point you can work with, let's say after we've defined this curve, if we pick a point here, that's not a point on the curve, right? So we can't even do addition with it or multiplication because it's not a point on the curve, right? The only points that we can work with are points that are along the curve, right?
And that one that I'm doing the elliptic curve.
Yes. So all the points on this curve are in the set, the elliptic curve group. So they respect the group properties, right? So once we've defined a curve, in order to add two elements on or in the group, right? Because we can think of all the points on this elliptic curve as a group, right? So to add two elements in the group, we'll draw a straight line between the two of them, right? To add two elements in the group, we draw a straight line between the two of them, right? And where it hits, we mirror it. Let's say this is P, this is Q, this is P plus Q. Yeah, it can also come this way and go up. So it can be anyhow. Right? But the thing is that when we want to add two elements in this group, we draw a straight line between them, and anywhere it hits the curve, right, we take a mirror of it, and that's our addition. Eh? Yeah, no need to mirror. Okay, so
So you said you want to subtract, you don't need to mirror.
yes,
Is it like, is it that point where
that's this point.
because subtraction don't mirror it?
Yes.
You know it?
So if we take this as R, let's say R equal to this, right? This will be minus R.
Take what as R? Oh.
If R is equal to P plus Q,
Okay. That was minus R, right?
R equal to P plus Q.
Okay.
Right?
How do you put it? That plus, you can read because it's a group.
Yes.
And when our operation is plus, it satisfies the property of the group.
Yes.
And our operation will be minus.
What is plus and minus? Like you can think of minus as plus too, right?
I guess.
Sorry, sir. You said something about R equals to minus, and I get that. Is it the same thing as like P minus Q? P minus Q. Yes, it's like minus.
Yes.
But
So minus
if it-
R is
But it's like that's minus R. It's not the same thing as minus P minus Q, right?
no.
It could be.
So,
Minus
I'm not sure about
P
that though.
Minus P plus minus Q. It could be.
Yeah. So minus P times minus P minus Q. It's possible. Okay. So if we want to add a point to itself, we draw a tangent, right? Let's say the point is here. It can be anywhere, right? If it's here, we draw a tangent. If it doesn't touch the curve at any other point, then it's basically that point plus itself is basically the point at infinity, right? So, but if we want to add a point to itself, we draw a tangent. Anywhere it hits the curve, we mirror it, right? And that will be our like 2p if this was p, right? And then if we want to now add it to itself again to get 3p, we just draw another here, right? So maybe in this case it touched it here, right? So this will be 3p. So if you just want to keep adding p, you just keep drawing the lines. Anywhere it touches, you mirror. Does it make sense? Huh?
Yes.
We don't need to know all these things, like I'm still going to black box it. But I just wanted to give us like a high level overview of this thing. So with this, since we know we can add a number to itself multiple times, sometimes different people, like, it depends on the notation, right? Somebody can say 3p, right? But another person, with respect to a group, another person can still say p raised to the power 3. This does not necessarily mean, with respect to a group, this does not necessarily mean p raised to the power 3, right? This just means p plus p plus p, right, which is equal to 3p. Because, like, sometimes people use this notation.
Does that make it cyclic?
Actually, it has a generator.
It has a generator now.
Yes.
So it's a cyclic group.
May not always be.
If it has a generator, then the cyclic, every cyclic group will have a generator that give you the elements in the set that consider.
Well, we are coming to that, right? So,
I want, if every cyclic group had a generator, is it every group with generator that is cyclic?
Yes. Yes. A cyclic group is a group with a generator. So if this one has a generator, it's a cyclic group.
I don't know, I've not proved it, right?
Generator is just like,
Wait,
yeah, P is like, I'm adding P, I'm getting another element in the group, I'm adding P, so that is just like, generator is just like, I'm generating other elements down the distance.
yeah,
So in the
Okay.
case where you get a point where it comes back to the beginning of the group,
That is like the point generator means that I can't go outside the set.
I think it's when you get to a point where it comes back.
Yes, now
So
if
then
I
we
get
get-
adding, I will come back.
Come back.
Yes, I will get to the highest, then I will come back to the lowest. So whatever I'm adding will not go outside the domain I'm considering. I will keep getting the same thing.
so what they said doesn't make sense. No, like, they explained it very well. You understand, right? Okay. So, serious. Like, normally an elliptic curve group usually has a generator, right? And what does that generate? What is that generator? That generator is a point, just like he said, just like she said. So it's just a point that if you keep adding that point to itself, you can get all the elements in that group. You get. So let's say we have a set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 10, right? And this is just an arbitrary this thing. And we have a generator for this set. So if G is our generator, then we can get all the elements in this set by, in the case of a group, is by multiplying. So in the case of a group, is by adding, right? So we're just going to use the exponential this thing, just for ease. So this G to the 0. So G to the 0 will give us 1. G to the 1 will give us 2. G to the 2 will give us 3, right? So let me just do it here. Up to the end, right? Yeah, G9. So if there exists a number such that if we add that number to itself, we are going to get all the elements in this set. That we can think of that number as a generator. You get?
Or an elliptical group is not always
Huh?
not cycle.
An elliptic curve group.
Not cycle. Yeah, check.
Okay.
So how does it go back? How does it go back?
If we are working with based on now that is where the concept of the scalar field comes in. You know, we've talked of the base field before, right?
That's where you get A and B from.
That's where you get A and B from. So the scalar field is this is the field over which we can add. Basically, we can call it the counting field. I don't know if it makes sense. So, in this case, let's say our scalar field is mod 9, I'll be mod 10, sorry. Right. So we can count to 9. Yeah. So once we reach 9, we go back to 0. Right. So yeah. So we can't count above 9. That means the order of this thing, the order of this set is basically 10, right? The order is basically the number of elements in the set. So the order of this set is 10. Right, because there can only be 10 elements because we are working mod 10. I don't know if that makes sense. So this is the scalar field, but the field over which we derive our A and B is the base field. When we start dealing with elliptical, we'll start saying we'll be saying FQ, right? We'll start saying FR and FQ.
Wait, so there's scalar field and there's base field.
Then there's base field.
So the scalar field is the field what was that thing again?
This 10, this is, you can think of it as, say, this is just a random example. But the mod, you can think of, let's call it mod P, right? You can think of that P as the prime we can use to get all the elements in the field.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so that scalar field is that prime field of what?
Yes.
Then the base field is the output.
The base field is the field we use to generate this.
A and B, okay.
Yes, this A and
A
B.
and B.
So A and B comes from the base field. Right? So this base field can be, let's say P can be equal to which prime? Let's say 17. Right? But then for the scalar field, it will just be, let's say, 7.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It makes
So-
sense,
Yeah,
yeah.
that makes sense. So where do you use this generator?
So basically, like when you're dealing with an elliptic curve, you're always working with the generator. In Ethereum, like your private key is basically the generator raised to the or your public key, right? Yeah, your public key is the generator of the let's call it that Ethereum is sec P
CP2560.
25, yes, KR1 or something.
Is it KR1? Oh,
Okay.
just K1. So,
But like that curve has a generator,
okay.
right? And to get your public key is the generator to the power of your private key. You get that to the power of is basically just adding it to itself that number of times.
And this is
Yes, repetitive addition.
I think in that private key, the sort of calculation that works for that private is public is that you can move forward the hand number
No, that's a property of elliptic curves. Yes. Since we can't do multiplication, right? So because like generator to the power of something, right? So that is like the discrete log, the ECDLP problem, right? The elliptic curve discrete log problem. That you can't find the discrete log of a group element. Yeah, you can't find the discrete log of a random element in the group. If you can, then basically elliptical cryptography is broken, right? So, but the idea is that quantum computers will be able to break it. You get, well, when we get there, we'll cross that bridge. Okay, so like the whole concept of the base field and the scalar field makes sense, right? Huh? It doesn't. It doesn't. So, okay, so do you understand the base field? So we have this general polynomial equation, right? But to talk about a particular elliptic curve, we need to pick values for A and B. This A can be 0, B can be 3. I think there's a curve like that. I've forgotten the name of the curve. That is just x cubed plus 3. Yeah, there's actually a curve in use that is of this equation, right? Where A is 0, B is 3. If we decide to make A 1, that will be A cubed plus x plus, let's say, we use B as 27. This is a different elliptic curve, right? But the field over which we pick our A and B is what we call the base field. The field over which we pick our A and B is called the base field. So when we pick that base field, if we want to get all the elements on the curve, right, we just need to basically evaluate this polynomial at all those points along, like, let's say if we evaluate the polynomial at 1, or if we evaluate this polynomial at 1, we'll get a point. We evaluate it at 2, we get another point. Evaluate it at 3, and we just continue like that until we have drawn this curve, right? Then after drawing this curve, every curve basically has a generator, right? So with the generator, you don't need to start evaluating this polynomial at all those points. You can still get all the points on this curve with the generator. You get, by adding the generator to itself multiple times. Is it making sense?
Yeah, but who? Oh, okay. So if I use the generator, x will be not power, the number of times that adding.
Yeah, like if it's g to the x
Yeah, g to x will be the number of
times that
y
been
will
added.
be
Yes.
the y equals 0.
Yeah. Okay. So with that generator, we can generate all the elements on this curve, right? And we can decide to work mod a particular number, like a particular prime. You get? So in that case, let's say if we want to, there are infinitely many points on this curve, right? But if we want to work with a particular, like with a finite set, we need to have a prime that we are working mod, right? To get a finite set of points along this curve. And that's why the scalar field comes in. So that scalar field is the mod that we are working, like that finite set we are working with. So that if we take the generator, so the power of, like if we just keep adding the generator to itself, when we get to the prime, if it's a cyclic group, it's going to cycle back to G to the 0.
Okay, I think I now get something. The reason why I said it's not necessarily cyclic, I was thinking of the possibility. You answered it already. The reason why in our own case is cyclic is because we are working
Mod.
on prime field. So in the case whereby we are considering elliptic curve and our domain is not on the prime field, it is only a field, then it's not cyclic. So that prime field makes it to be
To cycle. Basically a finite field.
yeah.
I'm working with a finite field, mod a certain prime. Right.
Isn't that still prime slot?
Huh?
Isn't that still prime field?
Still.
Isn't still prime field?
No, there is.
No, like, is that what you just said? Is that not still the prime field that you want?
No, it's still the prime field. Yeah, it's still the prime field. But like with respect to an elliptic curve now, they have like the base and the scalar field. The both of them are prime fields. So you get. But does the base and the scalar thing make sense?
Yeah. The base is where we put
A and B from. Yes.
And the scalar one is the one we
Yeah. Like in order to generate all the elements in the group. I know like it can be confusing, but if you have any questions, please ask.
Yeah, you were saying something before. So, what if it's not? You were saying if it's cycling to start.
Yeah. Since we are working this with a mod, right? So when we reach the prime, we are going to circle back to G0,
Okay.
right? So
So it is always cycle that way.
yeah, we are going to be working this side. Okay, so basically so now we know about like the base field and the scalar field, right? And what do we know about okay, let's now look at indices, right? Yeah, indices. Why are you laughing? A lot of maths.
He's enjoying it, man. Don't mind.
He's enjoying it, have you? Okay, so if we have G to the power of A plus, right? Is it plus? Times, yeah. Times G to the power of B. That's the same thing as G to the A plus B, right? G to the A times G to the B is G to the A plus B, right? And we know that G is a generator point, which consists of X and Y values, right? And A is a field element, right? And when we do G to the A, we are basically adding G to itself A times. So we are going to get a point, a random point, yeah, which is going to be X, Y values, right? And then when we multiply it with G to the B, which is going to be another random point, we are going to get a new random point, right? Okay, so the thing about elliptic curves is that if we have G, like Y equal to G to the A, right? If we know
y equals to g to the a and conclude. Like, if we have, let's say we have an elliptic curve equation, right? What is g and what is the a?
G is the generator.
Like, in terms of that equation,
Okay, no.
can we write an equation and just from the equation, let's say this y to the g for the y to the g raised to the power of 3.
Okay, like I just told us about this so that just to give us an idea of how the curve is generated and all. But you can still use the generator of a group.
Generator of a group.
Yes, to get all the elements in that group. So there's no need for us to be doing this actually.
But for the fact that you're explaining it, we have to understand it.
You get.
It is important.
So the thing is, we can think of it as a black box. You get. This is not something we're going to be doing an example with. Like, if we want to use that, like that will require us to now use like maybe Sage Maths and something. You get.
What I'm saying in a sense, you are explaining this stuff, and the goal of explaining it so that at least we have a clue.
Yeah.
So let's not waste the good.
Okay.
In
So
that example, I think it would have explicitly state that this GA also means a, like that scalar multiplication is GW. Like this one, like this one.
this one.
This three things.
Okay, yeah.
I think that was very different from my phone.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, let me, I think I do. So, this G to the A, right, is just G plus G plus G, yeah, A times.
Okay, and G is the generator of the group.
Yes.
How do we know the generator of the group?
Like, different groups have their different generators. Yeah.
They give it.
Yeah, they will give you. You
Once
don't
they
need
give
to.
you the generator and you see this power, just to repeat, like repeat addition.
Yes.
How do they get it?
They actually,
There's a proof
like,
for it.
they need to prove.
There's a
Yeah.
proof for it.
They need to prove.
Alright.
So it's kind of like core math stuff. Like core maths.
So you said there's no multiplication.
Yeah.
Let's say we had A times G. Say that would be G plus itself A times.
Huh?
And not G raised to power A.
Sorry.
If you have G times A,
G times A or G raised to the power A.
G times A normal. Shouldn't this be G plus itself A times
Yeah.
and not G raised to power A?
Yeah. Like what I said is that there are different people have different ways of writing it. You get. Okay, let me just call this A, right? B. Is something like
Does
this.
it all them are the same thing?
No. This is a field element.
No, I know what exactly. You said the one you wrote before and this one, are they the same?
Yeah, they are the same.
A times G and A raised to power G.
Yes, they are the same.
So what's the conventional way of representing it in this thing? Like, normally, if you're reading, let's say, a paper, there is a way it's represented in that paper. So is it G times A that they used to representing it, or is G raised to power of A?
Like in most papers, they'll outline the two ways and then they'll pick one. You get? They'll outline the two ways and then they'll not tell you, but in the course of the paper, this is how we are going to be representing it. You get? What is the time? 1:22. Interesting. So So the idea that we can actually perform operations on A and B without knowing what A and B is the idea of homomorphism, right? Because in this case, we have the generator, right? Generator is to the power of A. This is going to give us a coordinate x comma y, right? And this one is also going to give us a coordinate x comma y.
So what is x, what is y?
Points.
Okay, point on
It's a point. Yeah.
generator is power of A will give us x comma y. That's when you do g plus g plus z. You get another point.
Yeah.
Like the addition of the record points.
You get
another point.
Yeah.
So that's what you were doing, that when you're adding 2 points,
You draw a
you
straight
draw a
line.
straight line, and when you cut across the curve, you mirror it down. So the place you mirror it down will be our
Yeah,
new
addition.
x comma y.
Yes, that will be the new x comma y.
That will be the addition of the value. That's the x comma y.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Then if we want to add again, we draw another straight line, right? From that point to, let's say, P, right?
Sorry, can you go to that curve? Okay.
So you saw how we got 2P. We added,
Sorry, can you circle the place out?
okay. So this meant to be a tangent,
When
right? On P.
sorry. This one from down is EP. That's P plus P, right?
This one, right?
So I can't see your cursor. This one, where okay, this is the result of the P down here upwards.
No, this. No,
I
like,
don't know if you can just circle it with okay.
so this P.
When okay.
Right? We want to add P to itself. We draw a tangent. Sorry, the tangent cut to the same, but we get the story. Wait,
So what I'm saying, like, I want to see the flow of addition. It started with P plus P.
yeah.
That gave 2P.
Which
Then
gave
you now
2P,
did
which is
2P,
this.
which is this guy at the down.
Yes.
Bottom here. You now did 2P plus another P. That
Which
gave
is
3P.
2P plus P,
Okay.
right?
Yes. When
So-
you now mirror it.
Yeah. So let's say it's crossed here, for example. Let me remove this one. You know, when you're doing it with code, it will be more accurate. I'm just doing it by hand.
Yeah.
Let's say it crosses here. You mirror it to this point. This will now be 3P. You're adding P to itself, right? So you've added P to P. That was the tangent. And then we got 2P. I want to add P again to 2P. So we'll draw a line from 2P to P.
This is my question. When you were adding P, the first P to the other P that gave you 2P, you drew your line like this
That was because we're adding P to itself.
to itself.
So when we're adding a number to itself,
Yes.
we are drawing a tangent.
Okay. And you got 2P.
Yeah, we got 2P.
Now, when you're adding 2P, can you circle the P you're adding the 2P?
This is still the same P that we're adding the 2P to.
Now, so this is what I'm talking about. So you're adding this P to that other P, right?
Yes.
Now, how do you determine how you draw your line? Because now you drew your line from there down. What if you draw the line upwards and mirror it from that place backwards?
It's anywhere it touches. We're drawing a straight line. anywhere it touches the curve. If you keep going like this, if you keep going like this,
Yeah.
you're not going to cut the curve at any point.
Okay, the curve is where it generates that calabash.
Yes,
That's
yes,
okay.
this point.
Alright.
Makes sense, sorry.
Yes.
Like, so if we draw, it's just a straight line.
We can,
Then anywhere it's
so is it, we can use decimal to,
Yeah.
so
I've
actual,
that would,
no, the graph,
Yeah.
the graph, you can use it, you can use decimal to draw the graph, and
maybe after the
you
class
can-
we'll just do like a visual example.
you don't do this one.
Okay, so when we multiply 2 points, we can add their scalar, right? And when we want to, let's say we have GA, this actually, right, based on indices, right? So the thing now is that when we are working with elliptic curves, if we know this value, knowing this value does not tell us what A is, right? Knowing this value does not tell us what B is, right? But we can work with these two values to get A plus B without actually knowing what A plus B is, right? Good. So that's basically what we leverage when we work with elliptic curve point. So the thing now is that with respect to elliptic curve points, right? With respect to elliptic curve points, there is no, or basically groups. When we talk of groups, we said there is no multiplication, right? But how about when we want to multiply?
We add,
And this multiplication.
we want to multiply
When you want to multiply,
Yes.
you add
When we want to do outright
the number
multiplication.
of times of
the
the
number of
other one.
times you add.
For
If you
example,
want to multiply A and B, you add A B times.
yeah,
So the thing is, we can't do this multiplication, right? Multiplying 2 points, x comma y times x comma y. We can't do that
Because the point is not a scalar now.
because a point is not a scalar, right? So we can't do that. So that is where the concept of bilinear pairing comes in. I know, like, we have been introducing quite some new concepts, right? And I understand that it may be difficult to understand, but then, like, any place is not clear, let's try to ask questions. Okay. The thing is that we are going to be taking these things as black boxes. You get? But it's still good for us to have an idea, at least, of what's going on. You get? Just to have an idea of what's going on. Because if you want to go into the weeds of this, those people that were asking, should we read more maths? Should we read more maths? If you want to read more maths, like if you want to go into the weeds of this, this is where you can now start like looking into like that the more maths manual. So yeah, so the moment it's a book actually. It's a book.
Or you
Yeah.
can read this dedicated for rescue.
The rescues, in short, like right now I think like everybody should be reading that book.
That's
People should start reading that
ZK book from rescue.
rescues ZK.
Is that what Mumas is?
No.
That's separate. Van Ross.
No, Mumat is basically just maths,
India.
basically like normal maths, but seems complex. So people just classify it as, or people just call it more maths because the more maths is the name of the book, right? But it's not as if it's the name of the sub of the field. Yes.
It's just like maybe like undergrad maths.
Yes. Yeah, just like engineering maths.
So it's not engineering. It's undergrad maths. Undergrad maths.
As hard. Yeah. So-
but the new man book.
But there's a
Yeah,
new
that's
maths book.
then there's a ZK book.
That one is rescues.
That's what I'm saying. It's 2 books.
Yes, 2 books.
It's a book now. The rest
It's not particularly for it's maths. You get. But if you have an idea of the maths, then you understand ZK better. You get. So it's not as if like the more maths manual, like the more maths manual, they actually tailored it to ZK. But more maths on its own is kind of like maths that people consider hard.
Okay.
The more
Have
maths
you read
manual.
this new maths
Yeah, they
manual?
tried to. Me?
Have you read the question your mentor?
Some part, not everywhere.
You've read some parts.
Yeah, just.
I have read some parts. This guy, that's why I said he has finished it. So they have finished it.
Okay, so so we can't actually multiply 2 points, right? And that's where the concept of bilinear pairing comes in. So bilinear pairing is basically just a map, right? It's a map from 2 fields or 2 2 groups to a group. So we're mapping an element of one group and another group to a single element in a third group. So that third group, they usually call it the target group, right? And let's say with respect to elliptic curves now, we have G1 and G2, and then we have the target group. So when we want to do multiplication between 2 group elements, then let's say we want to multiply A and B, where A and B are group elements. A has to be from G1, from the G1 group, and B has to be from the G2 group, and then we are going to map the both of them to an element in the target group. So it's a mapping. I think thinking about it as a mapping would make it easier to understand. It will make it easier to understand. Because it's actually multiplication, but you can think of it as a mapping.
This bilinear mapping.
Yeah, bilinear pairing or bilinear map.
So I have a question. First of all, like when you store XY, yeah, that's XY. So G let's go without G time, whatever, is XY. Then GB is TXY. This part is TXY. No, I'm not saying I know there are different points, so I'm not saying XY. So my main question is I thought G was like an element, something like that. Or we're referring to okay. The reason why you're saying it's XY now is that you are taking of it as a point of the curve, right?
Yeah. and it's a group element. That point on the curve is a group element.
So how do we move from group element to point on the curve?
So the point on the curve is actually the group element.
But that's like
It's represented as a star.
Yeah, like if we want to talk about this particular point, the only way we can talk about this point is by specifying its x and y coordinates,
okay.
right? Which is for the y and for the x, right? So when we have the x and y coordinates, we are talking about this particular point. You get? And to talk about another point here, we need its x and y coordinates. You get? Good. So when we are not talking about the group, we are talking about all the points on this curve. So each of those points comprises of x and y coordinates.
Each of them has x and y coordinates. So G itself, the generator now,
It's a point.
It's a point. This still has
X and y coordinates. Yes.
So if I had only G,
If you have only g,
if I have only G, then I want to start generating the points, right?
yeah.
So I'll just be adding x plus x, y plus y.
There's actually an equation for that. So it's not just straight up x. Yes.
So
It's
so
not
it's-
straightforward. So that is where the whole concept of drawing the line comes in.
So
There's a formula for that tangent.
Yes, there's a formula for
so
it.
if I had that equation up, right?
Yeah.
The equation up will let me draw the curve without G.
Without g, yes.
Yeah.
Because when you pick an x and put it here, you're going to get a corresponding y, which will give you the x and the y coordinates. So you just come here and you plot it.
Yeah, but if I had G, I have to follow it kind of.
So if you have g, which is the generator, you can just be adding g to itself and it will still give you like,
following the equation you talked about. You said I can't just add it. You said
okay,
I-
yes, yes, following that
Following
equation.
it,
Yes.
Okay.
But would that now be over like a field, like a now of field? Like when you keep adding, would
Yeah.
that be like based on a field?
Yeah, that would be like
That's
what you're trying to say
what
is,
thing you're talking about, like would there be limits to the
yeah, that is the scalar, the
Yeah.
scalar field.
Okay.
Yes. Then the base field is the field we got A and B from. Is it making sense?
Yeah. Can you school them? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what we're trying to do is multiply G to A and G to B.
Yes.
And we can't just multiply 2 points.
Yeah, we can't just multiply 2 points. We can multiply a point and a scalar, right?
Okay.
By adding that point to itself, the scalar number of times. But we can't multiply a point and a point, right? The only way we can multiply 2 points is by using bilinear pairing,
Okay.
which maps an element in one group to an element in another group to get an element in a target group.
Guys, we cannot multiply 2 points. Except
Outrightly,
without using the
bilinear pairing, yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Is it making sense? Guys, are we lost? Are we lost?
Can you go over that scalar thing and base field again?
Okay. So the base field is the field where we get our A and B in order to generate the polynomial of the curve, right? But the scalar field is the field such that in order to generate all the elements on that curve, with the generator, we just add the generator to itself the scalar field number of times to get all the elements in the group.
Yes, I didn't get that.
But you understand base field? Okay. So for scalar field now we are talking about it with respect to like a generator, right? And what we're trying to say is that in order to get all the elements of that group, that elliptic curve group, we'll add this generator to itself repeatedly to generate all the elements of that group up to this prime of the scalar field. Now the scalar field, we are still working more the certain prime. Yeah. And in order to get all the elements in that group,
So scalar field is like the field where we get the electric curve from
yes, you can think, yeah.
that is subset of that.
Yeah.
So
So, yeah, those powers of G. So, like, we can still have this same, let's say this polynomial, right? S cubed plus x plus 27. And if we're using a scalar field of, let's say p is equal to 7, that means we have just 7 points on the curve. If we're using a higher prime, then we are going to have more points, right? But still on that polynomial curve.
this is like the set definition of the electric curve, right?
Yeah.
That's like the field where it generates the electric curve.
Yes. Hope it makes sense. Sure. Sure. I know, like, it's not easy to understand like everything at once. You get.
So what's the advantage of maybe, I don't know if it's an advantage, so what's the difference in using, let's say, smaller scalar field or larger scalar field? Since you said that obviously the number of points to create this elliptical that are like infinite, right? So if at the end of the day we are still going to probably get that curve using some particular generator, what's the advantage of using like a larger
Field.
scalar field over a smaller one?
A larger scalar field will determine the security of your protocol. You get. So if you use a small scalar field, just say, imagine you use a scalar field mod 7. That means there are just 7 elements in your. Somebody can brute force the curve. And maybe if you're using your x, like g to the x, and your x is your private key. Just imagine somebody brute forcing all the private keys in your elliptic curve, and the person can have access to any account. You get right. So it's good to use a big scalar field so that somebody cannot brute force it. I think there's this ZK hack. ZK hack, they usually do this ZK where you try to break the security of a protocol, of a ZK protocol. So there was this, I forgot, I think last year or so, where that was like the vulnerability. You get. So the vulnerability was that they were using a field with a small other field. So basically with that small other field, you cannot brute force it. Yeah. Okay, so we've been talking plenty, right? Let's now try to relate it back to the KZG. Let's try to relate it back to KZG.
We should relate it back to this thing.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
So we've just been talking about like elliptic curves, right? Generally. So let's relate it back to KZG now. Like, how does it play a role in KZG? Well, does everything make sense up to this point? Sure. Okay. So, what's our KZG equation again? Remind me. Minus V over tau minus A Q of tau. Yeah, but we can throw that guy away, right? Plus R of tau. Or you can throw this guy away, right? Okay. So, if we spread this out, this will be f of tau minus V should be equal to tau minus A times Q of tau. We can see a multiplication here, right? And basically each of these elements are actually each of these elements are actually elements of an elliptic curve group, right? So remember what we said, that in order to use bilinear pairing, we are mapping elements from two groups to a target group, right? I think like there are different pairing this thing. There are different, let's say, elliptic curve pairing groups, right? They have BLS 12381. I think BLS 12381 is like the popular one, right? So that BLS 12381, what it just means is that our G1, we're mapping elements from G1 and G2 to an element in GT, which is the target. So when we say BLS 12381, this 381 is talking about the bits we can use to represent the prime that this.
DLS is discrete of the PLS.
Yeah, BLS. It's the name of the people that Baronetta something.
Bone, I think it's down to it.
It's not of it. I don't remember. But like it's people's names actually. So this 381, just like we have BN254, right? Where 254 is number of bits required to represent an element in that field, in that BN254 field, right? This 381 is the number of bits that is required to represent an element in this target group, right? So this is even way bigger than 256. And like that's part of the problems with elliptic curve, with protocols that use elliptic curve, right? Because we need to work with very big numbers. Just imagine a number that we need 381 bits to represent. That's a very big number, right? This 12 here is kind of like the size of the target. I think that's the size of the target group. So that's the size of the target group. We're not going to go into like in depth into like bilinear pairing, but Reskills has a very good article on it. Yes, Reskills. Yeah, that Rescue ZK book. They have like a very good article on.
What in this particular book?
Yeah, the Rescue ZK book.
Has an article.
They have a
USP's platform.
like
You have an
the articles. They kind of like combine the articles from the book. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So you can think of each article as a section of the book. Yeah. So you can either maybe read it on their blog, or you can get the book and read it on bilinear pairings. Okay. So now we are trying to see how to relate this guy, how we can do this check using elliptic curves, right? We are trying to see how we can do this check using elliptic curves. And this is just a subtraction, right? We know that this is a field element, right? This is a field element, right?
Yeah.
This guy is meant to be a field element too, tau minus a, and this guy is a field element too, right? But here we are doing multiplication, and to do this multiplication we need bilinear pairing, right? Here we are not doing any multiplication, right? But we can also think of this as f of tau minus v, right, times 1 is equal to tau minus a times q of tau, right? Okay, so based on how bilinear pairing work, we know we are mapping two elements from two different groups to an element in a target group, right? So it can be the same group, right? But in most cases, we work with two elements from two different groups, G1 and G2. So we want to make this guy an element in G1. We want to make this guy an element in G2, right? Okay. Then this guy too, we want to make him an element in G1, and want to make this guy an element in G2. So that when we multiply the both of them, we are going to get an element in G target, which should be equal to an element in G target. Does that make sense? Sure. So how can we get this guy to be an element in G1? It's basically by multiplying the G1 generator, the generator of G1, right? We are going to raise it to the power of f tau minus v, right, to get an element in G1. And then for the element in G2 that we're going to multiply it by, that will just be the generator of G2 to the power of 1, right? And with that, we've gotten this left-hand part, right? And then we're now going to equate it to the generator of G1. Yeah, the generator of G1 raised to the power of tau minus a, right, times the generator of G2 raised to the power of q of tau, right? So with this, we can use bilinear pairing to check.
I want to ask, why do you have to use elliptic curve? Very easy, right? Because from the explanation you give us with the examples in the equation, it
There was no need, right?
There was no, you worked with numbers,
Yeah.
all these things, you can generate any random numbers. So why do you have to go through this whole, this thing and use elliptic curve and do bilinear pairing and all of that?
Okay, I'm going to explain that. But does this make sense? This makes sense, right? So now the question is why? Like, why did we even use elliptic curve in the first place? Right? Why didn't we just do it in the clear? Well, the problem with that now is that if we do it in the clear and the prover knows tau, the prover can generate a false proof. If the prover knows tau, the prover can generate a false proof. That is the reason why we do the trusted setup ceremony, in order to generate tau in a way that the prover will not know. We are going to talk about the trusted setup ceremony. But before we talk about that, let me just give us an example of how. Wait, though. Have you guys eaten this morning? This morning?
Yeah, we'll have it. I think we'll do something.
Okay. Kind of like they rang the bell around the time we're about to start. I want to be sure like everybody knows. Okay, so still long ago. Like three. Did we start early? We did not start early. No. Maybe when you go and collect food, you can go.
Because that guy, you soon go. That guy.
Yeah, he actually
Eh? He goes. Please.
Francis, I think you just tell into weeks.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah. I think let me. Or can anybody tell him?
No, if it comes from you.
Yeah. If you can go tell him.
Okay.
I know they need 5 more.
Okay, so we're talking about something, right? Which is basically we're talking about why elliptic curves. Like, what is the need for elliptic curves? I was like, if the prover knows R, like if the prover knows tau, then the prover can generate a valid proof. The idea is that the prover should not be able to know tau, so that the prover would generate Q of x, which is that quotient polynomial, the proof polynomial. And then after generating Q of x, the prover then evaluates Q of x at tau without knowing tau.
So take me.
Okay, so we had this function, right? And we want the prover to generate this Q of x polynomial. Right? No, a Q of x. We want the prover to generate Q of x. When the prover generates Q of x, the proof now is the evaluation of Q of x at tau, right? Which is this guy. So if the prover knows tau, then the prover does not even need to generate the Q of x polynomial. The prover can just give us a valid proof for any value of for any v, yes. Let's try an example. Okay, so what was our polynomial?
X squared
No, was it x cubed?
x squared
X squared plus 2. Was it 2x?
3x.
Plus 3x.
3x plus 2. Yeah.
Plus 3x plus
plus
2.
2
Plus 2. Right? And we evaluated this. Okay, or let's just do like, let's forget about the other. So the verifier wants to open this polynomial at what?
A
5
equals
Okay. Okay, so what does the prover do? Which is equal to 42, right? Good. So f evaluated at 5 is equal to 42. True, right? Okay. But before the verifier asks the prover to evaluate this polynomial at a random point, the prover must have committed to the polynomial, right? The prover needs to commit to the polynomial and send that commitment to the verifier, right? Then the verifier will now tell him, okay, open this polynomial at 5. And then the prover will now reply, oh, the evaluation of this polynomial at 5 is 42.
It's coming.
Okay. So we have a polynomial. The prover needs to commit to that polynomial and send the commitment to the verifier.
You have a
Huh?
polynomial and then prover.
Needs to commit to the polynomial and send the commitment to the verifier, so that the prover will be bound to the polynomial, right? And then when the verifier receives the commitment, the verifier tells the prover, open this polynomial at x equal to 5, right? Then the prover is now meant to return 42. That the evaluation of this polynomial at x equal to 5 is 42. And this is my proof, right? So now let's generate the commitment. We're supposed to generate the commitment before we did this, right? But let's generate the commitment. So what should we use as our tau?
Sorry, we can clean this and generate the coordinate so that
Okay, so that the
once
flow
you watch
makes
the
sense,
video,
right?
the flow,
Okay, so we have a polynomial f of x. Was there any need? We would have just used that as our. We can use 5 as our tau,
okay.
right? Where tau is equal to 5, and the commitment is 42, right? So the prover sends 42 to the verifier,
Yeah.
right? Good. So the verifier then tells the prover to open the polynomial at, what should we open it at? 3. If we open it at 3, we are going to get, that was 8, was it 18 or 20? 20. So open at x equal to 3, and f evaluated at 3 is equal to 20, right? We've done this before, so no need for us to repeat, right? Okay, so if the prover was a legit guy, let's see what the prover will do to generate the proof. So the verifier says open at 3, and the result v is 20. But the prover also needs to send a proof that the result is actually
So the verifier say opens at 3.
No, open at 3,
Yes.
at x equals to 3, and the result is 20.
That's what the verifier tells the prover.
Yeah.
When you open the polynomial
To open
and
it.
give the prover the result. Or
No,
okay, just open at this.
3. Then the prover tells him that the result is 20. You get? Okay, okay. Okay, so the verifier tells the prover open at x equal to 3, and then the prover evaluates f of x at x equal to 3 and gets 20. So that's f of 3 equal to 20. Right?
So in that first step, that one was a bit hard, but like what was that step that?
Okay, this was for the commitment phase.
So like
To commit to the polynomial.
was it the verifier giving the prover this file?
No. They actually do a trusted setup.
Okay, that's very trusted setup.
Yes, that is where the trusted setup comes in this phase. That's where the trusted setup comes in.
That's where they get the file from.
Yes, from the trusted setup. I'm still going to talk about trusted setup. It's everything. It's everything Wiki says. Eh? Eh?
Can I no, in fact,
Um, alright. Okay, so the trusted setup is used to generate tau.
You said this is meant to happen before.
Which one?
Step you're on now is meant to happen before this one.
Okay, no. So okay, let me start again. We have a polynomial f of x, right? And the prover commits to that polynomial by evaluating that polynomial at a random point, tau. In this case, that tau is equal to 5. So the prover evaluates the polynomial at tau and gets 42. 42 is our commitment, right? So he sends 42 to the verifier as a commitment, right?
Yeah.
And then the verifier says, okay, now you have committed to this polynomial. Open that polynomial you committed to. Evaluate it at 3, right? And the prover evaluates the polynomial at 3 and gets 20. But the prover also needs to send a proof that the evaluation of that polynomial at 3 is actually 20. Makes sense, right? So now let's see how the prover will generate that proof. Okay? So, since the prover knows the polynomial, right? The prover knows the polynomial f of x, right? So f of x minus 20, f of x minus 20 divided by x minus 3 should give us q of x, right? So what is f of?
what are we trying to do?
We're trying to generate the proof polynomial. Okay. So what's our f of x?
That is equals to 3.
Have you After recording.
Yes, yes, I started.
That is because who generated
Which one? This one?
x plus 2? Okay, verifier gives you that one.
Yes, the verifier gives the.
But that tau was totally random.
Yeah, that one was totally random, but the verifier is giving.
Verifier does not care whether it's a factor or not.
No, the verifier does not care.
But it could have been a factor.
Yeah, but it could have been a factor. The prover commits to the polynomial. Yes. Yes. Then the verifier then, when the prover sends the commitment to the verifier, alright, then the verifier says, okay, this polynomial that you have committed to, open it at x equal to 3. It can be,
Could have been any number.
Evaluate it as
yes, evaluate it.
It could have been any number.
It can, yes, it could have been any number. The prover,
it doesn't
no, the verifier doesn't know. What the verifier knows is a commitment to the polynomial. The verifier, yes, but the prover knows the polynomial.
So that process setup takes in polynomial.
The trusted setup,
What's that?
yeah,
What if you
actually,
pick that randomly? What does it consider? What does it consider?
it's just the degree of the polynomial.
Okay, if it's two random, if it's like
If it's degree 3, it will give you 4. Like it will pick 1 point and then give you powers of that point.
oh yeah, this was just one.
So that's because of how we are thinking of it. If you want to think of it, it's tau, right? But when we get to trusted setup, it will become clear.
Yeah, still think of it.
Here, yes.
Not tau.
No, not tau. The prover wants to generate Q of x, right? The prover wants to generate the proof polynomial. So in order to generate the proof polynomial, is that initial polynomial minus v divided by x minus 3, which is the point we want to open up. Right? So let's get the top. So that's x squared plus 3x, right? Plus 3x plus 2 minus 20, right? Which is x squared plus 3x minus, no. The prover, we want the prover to generate Q of x.
Is that what we're now going to use? Q of tau.
No, like, I'm trying to tell us how, yeah, like, an honest prover. How does the honest prover generate the proof? The proof is the field element, which is the evaluation of the quotient polynomial at tau. So the prover first needs to generate the quotient polynomial before evaluating it at tau. Makes sense, Abby? So now we are trying to, the prover is trying to get the quotient polynomial. That's what we're trying to do now, right? So which is minus 18, right? And then we are meant to divide this guy by x minus 3, right? If we divide this guy by x minus 3, we've done this before already, right? We get x plus 6. So x squared plus 3x minus 18 divided by x minus 3 will be x plus 6. So x plus 6 is the quotient polynomial.
That's the proof.
No, this is not the proof. This is the proof polynomial. Q of x.
Yeah,
Right?
it's a proof.
Eh?
Okay, let's see what
Eh? No, 42 is the commitment. No, 42 is f of tau, which is the commitment. we are trying to get Q of tau, which is the proof. We have get Is it making sense? So tau is our random value. F evaluated at tau is our commitment, right? The verifier wants to open at x equal to 3. The prover says, okay, evaluate the polynomial at x equal to 3 and gets 20. But he needs to convince the verifier by sending a proof that the evaluation at x equal to 3 is actually 20. And in order to get that proof, the prover needs to generate the proof polynomial, Q of x. When he generates that Q of x polynomial, he evaluates that Q of x polynomial at tau to get the proof, which he sends to the verifier together with V, which is 20.
So sorry, are we not replacing tau with x in that case?
In this case,
Like you replace tau with x when you like under f of 3 equals to 20.
here,
Yes.
this is what the prover will do. The prover does not know tau.
So he's replacing tau with x. Okay.
So basically, yeah, he just works with the polynomial and the factors. He knows this polynomial, f of x. He knows 3, which is where the verifier wants to open at. He knows 20, which is the evaluation of the polynomial. So with those information he knows, he wants to generate Q of x.
So once you generate Q of x, you give it to the verifier.
No, once you generate Q of x, you evaluate it at tau and give the results to the verifier. That will be the proof.
That will be the proof.
Yes.
How does the verifier verify it?
Well, yeah. Well, is it making sense up to this point?
Anything like this is straightforward now.
It's straightforward, Harry.
Oh.
So you just think of it as a black box. This is what you're doing, but you're just working on encrypted values. Okay, so we've gotten our proof polynomial, right? So we need to get the proof. Our proof is actually Q of x evaluated at tau, right? Where tau is 5, right? So that is 5 plus 6, which is 11. Eh? Is the prover. The prover does not know tau. That is where the homomorphism comes in. The prover does this without knowing what tau is. That's what I'm driving at. We're going to talk about that. When we talk about the trusted setup ceremony, right? We are going to talk about it. But this is what is happening. The prover evaluates this polynomial at tau without knowing what tau is. Is it making sense?
Yes.
So, what does the prover send to the verifier? The prover sends the evaluation of the polynomial and the proof. So, prover sends v equal to 20 and the proof, which is 11. Right? So with this, the verifier can then work to verify the proof. So the verifier now needs to verify the proof, right? The verifier has the commitment to the polynomial. So, which is 42. Let me just write out the equation. F of tau minus v, right, is equal to tau minus a q of tau. So the verifier knows f of tau, right? Which is 42.
The verifier doesn't know this equation you wrote now.
No, the verifier knows it.
This equation.
Yes.
Did you say keep out?
The verifier knows because this is the verifier's check.
Okay, but what the verifier doesn't know is the polynomial.
What the verifier doesn't know is the polynomial. You get?
Yeah.
The verifier uses this to check.
Yes, the verifier uses this to check.
Is this the commitment?
It's using f of tau. F of tau is the commitment. Just f of tau is the commitment. Right? So the verifier knows f of tau, which is the commitment, which is 42, right? And the prover told him v is 20. So 42 minus 20 equal to tau, which is 5, minus a. What is a? 3, right? Times 11. This is what the verifier does. What is 42 minus? That's 22, right? 5 minus,
2 times 11.
that's 2 times 11. So 22. No, I've not talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it. The verifier does this without knowing what tau is. This formula, this is the formula that we've been working with since. Wait, sorry. No, the verifier doesn't know tau. Nobody knows tau. But the prover and the verifier.
It's just like we'll just be giving something to, let's say we have like a function that does manipulation on elliptic curve. Whatever it brings is just we're just using that.
That's all we are
using.
Exactly.
We don't know that stuff that is bringing.
We don't know it.
Yes.
What we are working with is that x comma y values. We don't know what that is and what that b is. So we are just working with x comma y, x comma y. I was just working with points. And because of the discrete log, the hardness of the discrete log problem, even if we know x comma y, we can't figure out what a is. If we are able to figure out what a is, the internet is broken. In short, modern cryptography is broken. Eh? No, like if somebody finds a way of solving the discrete log hard, the problem is that given a point on an elliptic curve and you know the generator, you can't actually tell the scale, yes, the power.
Because it's infinite actually.
Not necessarily because of the infinite.
No, because like so many.
Yeah, actually, like a lot of, because you can think of it as a hash set, right? You can think of it as a hash set, an infinite number of values
Like
can map to the same
like
thing.
in the prime field, like one number, if they give you 2 now in the prime field, what number does 2 map to in the prime field? 2 can be any, 2 can be any, in prime field of like 7, 2 can be any number in decimal, like 2 can be 9, like just keep adding 7. And
Not
so
just as
so it's not,
both of them the
you
same.
cannot find the exact
Huh?
number.
Yeah. But does this make sense? The prover was only able to generate Q of tau because the prover was honest. The prover was able to generate a valid Q of tau because the prover was honest. Right? Let's look at a situation where the prover wants to lie.
So yes, back up. You said the prover and the verifier don't know tau.
Yes.
Why are we using tau as 5 here?
Okay, I think at this point, let me talk about the trusted setup.
The what?
The trusted setup.
Okay.
Say we have a polynomial right? We have a polynomial. Give us a polynomial. F of x equal to x squared plus 3x plus 2.
Sorry, what are we doing now? Verifying.
No. Like, it's as if, let's just address it so that it's clear. So we have this polynomial, f of x, right? And we want to evaluate this polynomial at a point, right? How can we separate x from the coefficients in a way that we like, is it possible for us to separate x from the coefficients and have them as two different sets?
Separate x.
Yeah, from the
Coefficient.
coefficient.
And have them as two different sets.
How?
X.
No, not factorizing. Okay, actually, we want to be able to evaluate a polynomial by doing a dot product. Sorry, is it a dot product? Yes, a dot product. Right? Which is basically, what is a dot product? Element-wise product, and then we sum the result, right? We can. Okay, let me just ask, can we still think of this as one
3, 0.
okay, sorry, this is 2 3 1 univariate coefficient form representation, right? Where this is 0 1 2, right? If we want to evaluate this polynomial at x, right, can we think of it as x to the 0, x to the 1, x to the 2, and then we do
Now we do what?
a dot product?
Yeah.
Eh? 2 3 1. Sorry, let me rewrite this. Yes, coefficient form. Right?
Yeah.
So what are we going to get? 2 to the power of 0, 2 times x to the power of 0, that's 2 times 1, right? So plus 3x plus x squared. Is this the same thing as our polynomial? It is, right? So if our x was 5, can we think of this as 2 3 1, 5 to the 0, 5 to the 1, 5 to the 2?
Yeah.
We can, right? Because this will be 2 times 1, right? Plus 3 times 5 plus 1 times 25, right? Which should it give us what? 2 plus 15 plus 25, which is 42. Right? Good. So we have seen that we can evaluate a polynomial by doing a dot product of the coefficients and the powers of x. Does the powers of x ring any bell? Right? Good. So
5 is tau.
exactly. Exactly. Oh yeah.
How is that ceremony?
No. We have not talked about the ceremony yet. But I'm just trying to give us the vision of yeah.
Relax.
Yeah. So okay. So all of us agree now, right? That if we have the powers of x, we can evaluate the polynomial at x by doing a dot product of the coefficients and the powers of x. So the thing now is that we don't want the prover to know x.
Like X itself.
Yes. We don't want the prover to know x. Because if the prover knows x, there is a problem, because the prover will be able to generate a false proof. I wanted to do an example, but I think let's talk about this before doing the example. Huh? Oh my god. Okay, so let's so the thing now is we want to generate the powers of x, but we don't want the prover to know what x is, right? And to do that, we use a trusted setup ceremony to generate the powers of x, where x is tau. You can remember that if we have y equal to g of a, right? If we know g and we know y, that does not necessarily mean we know a,
Yes.
right? Good. So these powers of x, we can think of it as g to the x to the 0, right? G to the x to the 1, g to the x to the 2, g to the x, okay, so just up to g to the x to the 2. Do we agree?
G to the 1, G to the 5, G to the 5.
Yeah. So this is just basically this guy, right? G to the x to the 0, g to the x to the 1, g to the x to the 2. Right?
Yeah.
Like, this is our values of x, right? And we want somebody to be able to evaluate a polynomial without knowing what x is, right? We want anybody to be able to evaluate the polynomial without knowing what x is. So what we can do is to encrypt all the powers of x using G. Is it making sense? Sure. So we just encrypt all the values of x using G. Using the generator, we raise it to the power of x. Right? So this is going to give us a point. Right? X comma y. As for g to the x to the 0, we are going to get a point, x comma y, right?
Sorry, sir. Are you recording?
Yes.
You're muted.
No, my system mic is on.
Okay.
I'm using OBS. Yeah, it's recording actually. It's recording. Okay, so these are it's going to give us points, right? And us knowing these points does not necessarily mean we know x, right? So whenever we hear trusted setup, what we're trying to do is actually to generate these powers of x, right? In an encrypted, generate the powers of x in the encrypted form. Does it make sense up to this point?
So all these X and Y, they will know it's
Eh?
their values that they will know.
Yeah, this is now the values you'll be working with. So when you want to evaluate this your polynomial at 2, 3, 1, you just do a dot product these values, right? These xy values. Yes, each of them. To the 2, 3, 1, right? This x, y times 2, right?
Zero.
S, y, no,
First one,
3, x, y, 1. This is these values.
oh, which is what
Wait, I think. Let me take this guy off first. No, this guy is this guy. This guy here. It's still the same thing as this guy. Huh? This one. So, if we want to evaluate this polynomial, right? This 2, 3, 1. We do a dot product. What are we going to get? We are going to get, this is g x naught square. It's dot product now. This guy times this guy, right? No, it's a multiplication. Mm-hmm.
The way you did it before, when it was like x, you did not say x is power 0 is power 2. Just x 2x is power 0 plus 3x power 1. Like that was the way you did it. But now, to multiply this one, you're now making like power. Is that your style? Is that the way you did the multiplication?
You know, like, there are two ways to do one thing, right? We can do g to the a, right? Is it dots now? Okay, dot g to the b, right? G to the a dot g to the b will give us g to the a plus b, right? But g to the a to the b will give us g to the a b.
Let's go to our shoes on. Down. Down. I'm doing this.
Is it this?
There. So, side on that.
Yes.
So,
This side. 2 times x naught. That is because we are working. We have not encrypted these values yet, right?
So you multiply it normally.
So we multiplied it
Or
normally.
if it's a generator. This is generator.
Yes.
This is generator.
Yes.
Instead of multiply.
Yeah. We want to multiply, right? And the way to multiply is to do g to the a to the b, right? When we wanted to multiply here, it was direct multiplication because we were just working with clear values.
Okay, I think I see 2 times x, or 2 times, 3 times x now. They are still together, but they are like together.
Yeah.
Still doing it.
Is it making sense? Right, let me take this guy off. So we're still going to. So this will be g to the x1, right? 3. And this will be g to the x2, 1, right? So if we write it out, this will be g 2x naught, which is what? 1. So this is g x, okay, yeah, 3x. Okay, but you understand You understand this part, right? That we can do a dot product of this guy and this guy to get
Yes.
this one. It makes sense, right? So now we want to encrypt our x values, right? So when we encrypt our x values, we get g to the x naught, right? G to the x to the 0.
How is that encryption?
We can think of g as a generator, right? Which is a point, x comma y, right? And if we do that generator times a, right? If we do generator times a equal to y, right? If we know the generator and we know y, that does not necessarily mean we know a, right? Because we can't do the log, yes, right? So even if we know y, we can't get back a, and that's what we want. We don't want the prover to know a. You get?
This is like how public keys are generated from private keys, right? Like,
Yes.
US public key is private.
There is the private key, exactly. So you can know the public key, but even if you know the public key and the generator, you can't know the private key. You get? So since
What do you
if
call that property again? WD
huh? The discrete log, elliptic curve discrete log problem. That's the name of the problem. That's what they call the problem. Yeah, ECDLP. Okay, so that's just basically what we are doing here.
So, but then this time, we're instead of A now, we're not replacing it with
With x, these values
X
here.
value. The X value is everything.
Makes sense, right?
But
So
then how do we now get raised power 2, raised power 3?
no, this is the coefficients of the polynomial. We still want to evaluate the polynomial, but in the encrypted form.
So that's why you're now multiplying.
Yes.
I think that
So-
representation can be kind of.
Yeah, it can. So we still want to evaluate the polynomial, right? But we don't want the prover to know what x is. And the way for us to hide x from the prover is by doing, like, encrypting all the values of x, all the powers of x, right? So g to the x naught, g to the x1, g to the x2, we encrypt all the powers of x, right? And after we encrypt all the powers of x, we still want to evaluate our polynomial. And we can still evaluate our polynomial by doing a dot product between these two. That is what will now give us this part. Is it making sense? So we have g to the x to the 0 times 2, which is the coefficient at x to the 0. G to the x to the 1 times 3, which is the coefficient at x to the 1. And g to the x to the 2 times 1, which is the coefficient. And we're going to get g to the 2, comma, g to the 3x, comma, g to the x squared. Right? And when we add these guys together, we're now going to get g to the 2 plus 3x plus 2. Right? Sorry.
I thought that was
Plus x squared.
So what do you now? What kind of
Yes.
why multiply?
That's because we want to evaluate the polynomial, right? And to evaluate the polynomial, we need to sum all these values.
It's more like addition.
Yeah, it's more like addition in the other sense.
Power.
But it's multiplication here because we are dealing with
Yeah.
generators.
So basically, it's just doing G raised power of
The polynomial, exactly.
And when we evaluate the polynomial at tau, we don't even know what tau is. Whatever it is, it will be the A.
Yeah, it will be the A.
When it gives us the Y, we don't know what it is.
We don't know what
We
it
just
is.
get Y for what we don't know.
Yes.
How do we probably
Oh my god. Like, that's just what I've been explaining.
how, like, who's performing the computation?
The computation. You're performing computations with this. This, in the trusted setup, this is what we return. After the trusted setup, this is what we return. This array of g to the x to the 0, g to the x to the 1, g to the x to the 2, but they are points.
Like that.
They are coordinates, x, y values.
I
How
thought,
one?
I thought this G was like, maybe like, the feeling or something.
No, g is the generator of the group.
So now, in that calculation we're doing there, that we're putting with tau, what exactly from here are we putting?
That we're doing the tau.
Yeah.
Where does
Oh,
tau
Like, what exactly from here are we putting? Typically.
So, the q of x, if you know the coefficients of the q of x, and you have the powers of tau, you just do a dot product and you sum it to get this guy.
And what is
They
it?
come again. You know the what?
If you know the coefficients of the polynomial, right,
Yeah.
and you have the powers of tau, which are the powers of x, the encrypted powers of x, you just need to do a dot product of the both of them to get this array, right? And then you sum it.
So give you the
It will give you the evaluation of the polynomial, but encrypted. The encrypted evaluation of the polynomial.
That's the commitment.
slow and slow. That calculation you put. Where you do the something is tau. You shall use tau. For example, when you add x plus 6, I now put your tau into there plus 6. Even with this now, I think that if you do this calculation, you'll be able to get.
Yes. No. If you do this, you'll be able to get 42. What you will get is g to the 42.
And that's what you just put.
Yes.
Then that algorithm now like turn it to 5 in calculation.
It doesn't need to turn it to 5. It doesn't need to know.
From that array, how did you get that G to G3x? How do you not get
Which one?
G to after the
Here?
yes, so that array there. No, below it.
This one?
Yes. So from there, how did we get everything? What did we do?
No, it's just to multiply this.
Do everything in the array.
See, this g to the x to the 0. X to the 0 is 1. 2 times 1 is 2. That gave us g to the 2.
Okay.
Right? This guy,
Yeah.
3 times x is 3x.
We have x squared. So now from that array that we just got now, how do we go to the last?
So this last one,
Yeah.
if we add all of them, those are points, right? All these are points. G to the 2, g to the 3x, and g to the x squared. They are points. And we can add points, right? By drawing a straight line between them and blah blah blah. Right? Yeah, you can still think of it as multiplication, but like everything is happening in like it's multiplication when you're still thinking of g to the power of, but when you're dealing with the points, it's addition. You get?
that
Even that particular one is multiplication.
Which one?
Since we are still dealing with G to the power of zero.
Okay, yeah. So you can think of it as like multiplying
Yeah.
them.
the generator, how is this to be given?
Yeah, the generator is always given.
Like what? Like you said, just
The field, every field has its generator. So the field you're working with has a generator. So it's that generator that you will be using.
So I thought you
same
said
generator for all.
Huh? No. Like every field has its generator. Or every group, sorry, has its generator. So for the generator, like you'll be using Aquox. So Aquox will give you the generator. No need to disturb yourself on how to get a generator.
So are you saying that when you choose five, you're not going to choose random number? Are you saying that five is not
No. That was an example. You get, and in that example, we used 5 as our tau. You get. So in that case, this will now get like g to the 5 to the 0, g to the 5 to the 1, g to the 5 to the 2.
What I'm asking is, do you need to choose a random number?
That's what I'm saying. Like the random number you'll get the random number, which is that tau, during the trusted setup. We have not even talked about the trusted setup. We've not even talked about like how is it that they are able to generate that random value of tau without knowing what they like. Basically, how can they generate this array? We have not talked about it. We've not talked about it. But it seems like everybody is tired, and I get very much understandable. So, okay.
you said those that first array of G raised by x naught, x1, x2. You said that's the power of tau.
Yes, these are the powers
Like
of tau.
together with the G and everything.
Yes.
Not just the x raised to
No.
the G raised to power x.
X is the tau. You can think of x as the tau.
Yeah.
So we have x to the 0, x to the 1, x to the 2. So those are like
0,
just
1,
powers
2 are the powers
of tau.
So
Yes.
x is the tau. Okay. But then you said we will be given the G. That was what I was asking, that isn't G like a field element or something? You
No,
said it's
G is the
point.
generator of the group.
Yeah, you said. So what type is it?
It's a point, an elliptic curve point.
It doesn't have a type, like that's its type.
The type is a point.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The point is like a coordinate.
A coordinate.
Oh,
Yes.
really? Oh. But you could do, what's it called, all of these operations on the G, whatever, like the ones
On the
that
point.
we have, yes, 2 plus 3x plus.
Yeah, which one?
Like, you know, we have G
Two.
raised to power of something. You
Yeah.
could do all of those operations on G.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we could go this way, right? Or we could just evaluate the polynomial at say tau. Like if we actually knew what tau was, we could just evaluate the polynomial at tau to get a value and then encrypt that value. Right? That is g to the power of the value you get. But that would mean that we know
we
what
already
tau
know the
is.
tau.
Yes. But that's not the idea. We don't want the prover to know what tau is. Right? So that's why we go through this approach, separating the coefficients and the powers of tau to enable us to encrypt the powers of tau so that we can then like multiply and get our result.
So we're trusting the trusted setup.
We are trusting the trusted setup.
Okay.
That's why it's called the trusted setup.
So what happens if the trusted setup is not trusted?
Who is setting the trusted setup? Is it us?
Is it God?
Seven.
In your test, you can like you can just do like with random trusted
So
sector.
trusted sector is as trusted as
How do you want to write it?
Equalization.
It's just a sample stuff,
Because I
right?
think like in
Don't
real
use
life-
it in
in
production.
real life they have done like that powers of tau.
Yes.
So
Ethereum has like a trusted sector they've done already where they have powers of tau that is public
but
that can be
that
used.
tau, right? Nobody knows the tau except like when a set a number of people
Come
that
together.
that when a part of the MPC come together to form the tau.
Yeah. So we have not talked about that part. I wanted to talk about it, but that will be tomorrow.
The number of people that come together don't really.
No, but if everybody come together,
Is it like secret sharing?
yeah, it's like secret sharing.
What don't know the difference.
But this one, like, threshold is
If they
like
come
all of
together,
them.
they
All of them
can
are
Eh?
together.
Like if all of them come together, if all of them collude, they can get back down.
Some of them is like,
Yeah, then it's everlastingly. Let me not say everlastingly trusted.
They are not setting code. It's not
No, it's not corrupt something. Everybody has.
everybody that participated must
Everybody that participates
not
must
just
come
one person.
together.
like how many?
Huh?
Like how many people? I'm trying to because
Like the volume, like I think the goal is to have as many people as possible. Probably up to 1 million people if possible.
they don't know themselves.
Yeah, they don't know themselves.
It's fine, man. I will go to
No, but
They always
what-
disagree.
that means they have no plan to change it or
if
like.
one person, at least one person, shows the way on his path,
Yes, then it's secure.
everybody,
Yes.
yeah.
In as much as one person is honest, even if every other person comes back, that offset of that person, The offset now
There's
is-
a way they used to
That
do
one
this
is
thing,
like-
just,
Yeah.
you
No
know,
matter what.
you can just, if you want to do the whole, just bring one slave to be part of this, the trusted sector. Once they are done, they kill the slave.
yeah. There you go.
So, even if the rest of the people come together, there's no way they can, because the slave is dead.
Okay. I know that today was kind of like a knowledge zone.
We have GK.
It was. But I hope we got something at least. There are a lot of concepts, right? There are a lot of concepts, and I understand. So maybe tomorrow, like people should just go over it tomorrow
Let's continue on this trusted.
on the trusted setup,
I
right?
think that I still understand how Nigeria becomes unified. Are you saying that the five is not process? You're only competing with the powers.
Yeah, you're working with the powers.
You're not actually evaluating.
No, in as much as you're working with the powers, you're still evaluating.
Yes, now.
Yes.
So you need to know.
No.
Power is encrypted already.
Okay, then so you're opening that out.
Yes. Yeah. So it's just like indices, right? Just like indices. When you do G to the A times G to the B, even if you don't know what A and B is, well, you know what like G to the A is, and you know what G to the B is. If you multiply the both of them, you're going to get G to the A plus B. So it's just like, okay, sorry, for just one random example. Let's say we like, let's say we like 2, right?
Francis.
He said tomorrow.
Eh? Who said?
Tomorrow, Wednesday.
I didn't say. Oh.
It's out.
So let's say 2 to the 3, right? And 2 to the 2.
You can break.
2 to the 3 is what? 8. 2 to the 2 is what? 4. If I give you 8 and 4, how do you want to know that it was 3 and 2 I used?
Once I know that the powers of
Actually, why this one is easy is because if I give you 2 as the generator, then you can, right? But if you don't know the generator is 2, how will you figure this out?
But it's so good,
Yeah, that's because in the elliptical settings, even if you know the generator, you can't do discrete log. Because if you know the only way, like if you know 2, the only way you can get back 3 is by doing like the log, right?
Because me, I already know this.
Yes. So if we multiply this 2, that's 8 by 4, that's
Yeah,
32, right? If I give you 32, this is still the same thing as, yes, 2 raised to the power 3 plus 2, which is equal to 2 raised to the power 5, which is equal to 32. So any of this way works.
So I think in that place where you're using your Q of X, that was supposed to be like X plus 6.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to use a generator, you won't be doing 5 plus like you'll be using generator or something.
Yes.
So you now transform that 6 to a generator kind of
Yes.
way so you can add it together.
Yeah.
Instead of the normal 5 plus 6.
Instead of the normal exactly 5 plus.
So you have to transform that normal 6 to a generator 4.
Yeah, you need to encrypt it.
To encrypt it to a generator.
Yeah.
I do that tonight.
Yeah. So this makes sense, right?
Yes.
I think we can call it a day actually.
Yeah.
Yep.